That's fine. And now we are going to start off with the very first module of SC-900. So I'm opening up the slide deck on the screen. Just give me a quick moment. I'm opening up the things on the screen. And just let me know when you guys are able to see the module 1 presentation on the screen. So please mark your confirmations, then we can go ahead with the module. Okay, so we are absolutely good to start the very first module of SC-900, and in which we are going to talk about the concepts. Those are related to the security, related to the compliance and the identity. Thank you, Rahul, for the quick information in here. And moving ahead and talking about the things what we are having as an agenda of this module. So in this module, we are having two different lessons are there. The first one that is describing the security and compliance concept. And the another lesson is talking about the identity related concepts what we are having into it. That's okay. So let's dig into it. The very first concept. And in this concept, we are going to take a look for the shared responsibility model. So what is the shared responsibility model? So if I'm talking about this one, so the shared responsibility model is something that will help us to identify that which security tasks are handled by our cloud service provider and which security tasks are handled by customer and specific organization itself. For an example, if I am having one organization and inside my this organization that is ORG01, I am running all the things only inside my on-premises hardware over there. And in that case, all the things are coming up into the our responsibility. It means that we are responsible for managing the hardware, we are responsible for managing the software, we are responsible for managing the compliance and all the things. Apart from that, when we are working with the cloud-based services over there, then in that case, the responsibility is shared between the customer and the organization and the cloud service provider itself. So all the responsibilities are depending on the workload, that in which workload our environment or the things are hosted. So as I told you that inside the on-prem, everything is going to be managed by the customer. When we are moving ahead and when we are working with the infrastructure as a solution workload type, in that case, the management of physical host, physical network, and the data center is going to be managed by the Microsoft for you, and the rest of the things are going to be managed by the customer itself. When I'm talking about the platform as a service, then inside that, the operating system, physical host, physical network, and the physical data center is going to be managed by the Microsoft. Apart from that, the network control is also going to be a shared responsibility. So in the network control, you can see that this is going to be managed by the both customer and the Microsoft application and identity and directory infrastructure as well. And rest of the three things like information and data, devices, account and identity is going to be managed by the customer itself. Also, if I'm talking about the software as a service, so in those solutions, till the application, everything is going to be managed by the Microsoft. And in that case, the identity and directory infrastructure is going to be as a shared responsibility model. And account identity device and the information and data is going to be managed by the customer itself. So when we are moving ourselves towards the cloud, then it's really important to understand the shared responsibility model, because the shared responsibility model makes responsibilities clear, that which responsibilities are transferred to the cloud service provider and which responsibilities are going to be managed by the customer itself. That's okay. Now, moving ahead, with the next concept what we have, that is defense in depth. Before moving ahead with the next concept, please let me know everyone if you guys are having any pending doubt in the questions related to the same what we have discussed. And one more thing I would like to tell you all, please feel free to ask about your questions. Please feel free to ask about your queries what you are having during the session. I'm really happy to answer all of them. Then let's just talk about the defense in depth. So if I'm talking about the defense in depth, so that is a layered approach for the security. So rather than relying on a single perimeter for the security, the defense in depth strategy is something which is uses a different series of mechanism in order to slow down the chances of the attacks. And in the defense in depth, we are having the multiple layers are there. As you can see that thing also in the picture what I'm showing on the screen. And each layer provides the protection so that if any given point of time any one layer is breached, in that case a subsequent layer will prevent an attacker from getting the unauthorized access towards the data. So what are the different layers what we are having inside the defense in the security model? So first of all, we are having the physical security layer present as a part of the defense in depth. And that is something which is limiting the access to the data center for only authorized personnel only. It means that only authorized employee and personnel can go ahead and enter inside the data center. Apart from that, when we are talking about the next layer for the defense in depth, it is for the identity and access over there. What it means that if I'm talking about this one, so in this layer, we are securing and talking about the different security controls what we have, like we are talking about the multi-factor authentication. We are talking about the condition-based access towards the resources and the application what we are having inside our organization. And also we can go ahead and change the control in order to access the resources for the same. So that is something what we are having as a part of identity and access. When we are talking about the perimeter layer of defense in depth, so in that case, we are going to talk about the security that is including the distributed denial of service protection in order to filter the large attacks before they can cause a denial of service for the user. So what is the distributed denial of service? It means that in that specific type of attack, we are utilizing the multiple bot server in order to send the false positive request to the specific resource in order to exhaust the resources for the specific instance, and then that instance goes down. So on the perimeter level, we can go ahead and set up the different things over there that will help us to protect ourselves with the different DDoS type of attacks over there. Then we are having the network layer present after the perimeter layer, and inside that network layer security, we are having the security by doing the segmentation over to the network, and accordingly we can manage the access control over there. That will help us to limit the communication between the different resources what we are having. So inside that, how do we go ahead and make those segmentations? So for example, if I'm having this web server present and this is my public facing web server which is directly connected towards the internet, and my this web server is utilizing the database what we are having present as a part of another server, and my all workload is deployed over to the Microsoft Azure environment. So in the network segmentation, what we can do, we can put those things inside the different subnet inside a specific network, or also we can set up all the things into the different virtual network, and accordingly we can configure the access for the things over there. That's okay. Then we are having the compute layer in place, and inside the compute layer can go ahead and maintain the security for accessing the virtual machine or on-premises things in the cloud by closing the certain port. So for example, if I am having my virtual machine present inside my Microsoft Azure environment and I want to take a secure access to my virtual machine, and so in that case, what I'm going to do, I'm not going to set my this virtual machine public facing directly towards the internet, and I'm not going to use the RDP protocol allowed for all the public internet. I'm going to block that specific port, and I am using the different methods in order to connect with my machine, what we are going to see in our upcoming modules for the SC-900. Then we are having the application layer in place. So in that case, the application layer is something that ensures that the application you are using are secure enough and free for the security vulnerabilities over there, because the application is the thing where actually your data reside, and the application is containing all the data what you are having. So it's really important to secure our applications as well. If we are not securing our applications, in that case we are having the chances for the data breach also. That's okay. Apart from that, at the end of this model, we are having the data layer in place, and this layer including the controls for managing the access to the business and the customer data. And by securing this data layer, what we can do, we can encrypt and protect the data. And how do we do that? We can set up the different sensitivity level. We can go ahead and set up the encryption based on that. We can set up the watermark on the data. We can set up different type of policies for the same data loss prevention policies in order to make our data more secure. So these all are the different layers what we are having as a part of defense in depth. And that is the whole sole concept for the defense in depth. Now, moving ahead, talking about the CIA triad. But before talking about this one, please let me know everyone if you guys are having any pending query from the defense in depth, what I have just explained it to you. No Oh, questions so far. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for the quick confirmations in here. Now let's go ahead and discuss about the CIA triangle in here. So it means that the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Or we can say that the CIA is a way to think about the security cracks of what we are having. So let me tell you one more thing in here. This is not a Microsoft model that, but it is a common model for all security professionals over there. So let's discuss each and every one by one. So this model is helping us to secure and plan for the different strategies related to the cyber security. As of now, we are working with the online work, so we need to think properly if we want to protect our data. So first of all, if I'm talking about the confidentiality in here, so that is something which means that we need to keep our sensitive data confidential, like we are having some critical data for customer information, we are having some passwords in place, we are having the financial data like credit card detail, net banking detail, account details in here. So we can go ahead and encrypt the data in order to keep that data confidential, but also we need to keep the encryption keys confidential as well. So for example, in my application, if I'm having some customer data available related to the payment, like the credit card details and the net banking passwords as well, and we have stored that data into a specific server what we have, and then we have encrypted that data by using the different encryption keys. In that case, we also need to keep that keys confidential, because in that case, the confidentiality is the most visible part of the security. And we can clearly see the need for sensitive data, like whatever the keys we are having and the password and the other secrets which we can keep confidential over there. Because if someone has access to the data and the keys as well, then those unauthorized people can easily decrypt the data and misuse it. That's okay. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the integrity in here, so that is something which refers us to keeping the data or message in a correct way. So for an example, if user A and user B are in there, I am having two different users, user A and user B, and user A is sending an email message to the user B, then in that case, user A want to be sure that user B is received the same message is sent by the user A. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the another scenario where you are storing your data inside the database, so at the time of saving your data and retrieving your data, you want to be sure that the data you retrieve is the same data as you stored over there, because encrypting the data keeps it confidential, but you must then be able to decrypt that data so that it's the same before it was encrypted. So integrity is something that is about having the confidence on the data that hasn't been tampered or altered over there. So that is the integrity in here. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the availability, that is something which is called as making data available to those users who need it. And it's really important for the organizations to keep the customer data secure. But apart from that, at the same time, it must also be available for the employees who are dealing with the specific customer. For example, the Contoso is having a sales company, and that company is containing the different payment information for the customers, and any customers calls to the customer care executive and wanted to know the details related to their payment mode over there. So in that case, the company must have to available that data to the specific employee, a specific customer care executive who is dealing with the specific customer, while it might be more secure to store the data in an encrypted format, and employees can have need to access to decrypt the data over there. So this is a CIA in here, that is confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which is known as a common security approach what we are having, and which will help us to plan the different strategy related to the cyber security. That's fine. After that, we are having the concept for the zero trust model. So let's just discuss the zero trust model. But before moving ahead with that, just let me know, guys, if you are having any question related to the CIA. All right, thank you very much for the quick confirmation in here. So now let's go ahead and talk about the zero trust model in here. If I'm talking about the zero trust model, so in the traditional manner, in the traditional thing, when we are talking about the corporate network, when we are talking about the firewall network, then we are thinking that if our resource and if the connection comes up from the behind of the corporate firewall, then it is secure. But instead of that, the zero trust methodology says that it will assume everything is on an open and untrusted network, even if your resource is behind from the firewall of the corporate network. Then also the zero trust methodology assume that everything is on an open and untrusted network. So this trust model operates on the principle, and that principle is known as trust no one and verify everything. So this is the principle on which the zero trust methodology is working, because the attackers can have ability to bypass the conventional access control is by ending any illusion that the traditional security strategies are sufficient. By no longer trusting the integrity of the corporate network, the security is more good enough in here. In the zero trust methodology, we are having three guiding principles are present, and these three guiding principles are verify explicitly. This is the first one, least privilege access, and the assume breach. So if I'm talking about the verify explicitly thing, so it will always authenticate and authorize based on the available data point what we have, and it will also include the user's identity, user's location, user's device, service or workload, and the data classification and the different anomalies as well. It means that if you are trying to access, if you want to log in any resource for your organization, then what you need to do, you need to simply provide your username and your password itself, and then you will be able to access the same thing, the resource what we are having. However, what verify explicitly says as a guiding principle of the zero trust methodology, it says that you need to verify your authenticity once again, and in that case you need to go with any other authentication option like multi-factor of factor authentication, where you are getting the OTP message on your phone, you are getting the OTP on your email, you need to provide the code with any application as well. And once you are done with the both type of authentication or more than two type of authentication in order to provide your identity, then after only you will be able to access that specific resource. So that will make our organization more secure. Then we are having the another guiding principle, sorry, that is known as a verify explicitly. So it will always limit the user access with just in time and just enough access, and that will help us to protect the data for both, for the data and the productivity as well. It means that if I am having the global administrator role available with me and I am going out of office for any point of work, okay, so instead of providing the global admin role to anyone, what else I can do? I can provide the specific user admin role to the specific user who can go ahead and manage the users in my absence. And also I can set up the time period. For example, I am going out of office for 1 to 3 days. So accordingly, we can set up the thing that I can only want to give the user role for the user admin for 1 to 3 days, and after that this will automatically disable and user is come back to their default permissions over there. So that is the just in time access. And if I'm talking about the just in access, it means that it says that we are only going to provide the access to the user that is necessary to perform the specific task. So that is a least privilege access. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the another guiding principle what I'm having as a part of this zero plus guiding principle, that is assume breach. So in that case, the assume breach is something that will segment and assess by network user, devices and application, and it will use the encryption to protect the data. It will use analytics to get the visibility. It will detect the threat and improve your security. So assume breach is always assuming that if you are logging in with the secure manner, then also it says that it should be a breach and it will investigate accordingly. And if there is any issue found, then it will give you the alert for the same. And this will add a one extra layer of the security to the organization. So that's okay. These all are the three different guiding principles what we have: verify explicitly, least privilege access, and the assume breach. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the different elements what we are having into the zero trust model, or we can say the 6 different foundational pillars of zero trust methodology. So these foundational pillars are helping us to set up the end-to-end security of the elements over there. So in that case, we are having the identities, we are having the devices, application, data, infrastructure, and the network. If I'm talking about the identities, so it could be the user, it could be a service, it could be a device. So when an identity attempts to access a resource, it must be verified with strong authentication, like multi-factor authentication, and it should follow the least privilege access model over there. That's fine. So inside the identities, we can say that if I'm a user in my company and I want to access the application on my company, so I need to set up my identity on the company's directory first, and then I'm having the access to these applications. Apart from that, we are having the devices, and that will create a large attack surface as a data flow, because we are having the devices from on-premises workload, and also we are having the devices present over to the cloud. So we need to monitor the device for the health and compliance, and that is a very important aspect of the security what we are having. Apart from that, we are having the application as a next foundational pillar of the zero trust methodology. So the applications is something that are the way where we are consuming our data, where we are having our data present in place. And also, if I'm talking about the applications in that case, so we can say that the applications are having the proper permission. So this pillar also includes the managing permission and the access levels for the specific application. Inside the data, we are having our data in place, and we need to classify our data, we need to label our data, and accordingly, we need to encrypt the data based on the different attributes what we are having. And it will help us to manage the security efforts by protecting the data. And also, we need to save the data when the data leaves from the device, application, or the infrastructure. Then we are having the infrastructure in place, and the infrastructure is on or on-premises workload running, or it could be the cloud-based workload what we are running. In order to improve the security for the same, we can access the different version configuration and just-in-time access over there. That will help us to use the telemetry to detect the attack and announcements for the same. And also we can automatically block and flag the risky behavior, and we can take the proactive actions on the same. Then we are having the network as a next pillar of the zero trust methodology, and inside that we are talking about that we should be segmenting our network, including the deeper in network microsegmentation. Also, we can have the real-time threat protection, end-to-end encryption, monitoring, and analytics related things should be applied over there. So we can utilize these six foundational pillars with the zero trust model to enforce the organization security policy over there. And that's okay. So that is all about the zero trust model. And then let's just talk about the encryption in here. Before talking about the encryption in here, just let me know if you guys are having any query related to the same. All right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here. And if I'm talking about the encryption in here, so it means that if we wanted to protect our sensitive data, then we are making that data unreadable and unusable for the unauthorized users over there. For example, I have written something here that is 1, that is 2, and that is 3. That's fine. And I am sharing one specific information with the specific person in this class. So that is going to be 1 is equal to this one, 2 is equals to this one, and 3 is equals to this one. Okay, so here I have shared the information with the specific person. And then if I'm asking someone like what is the thing what I have written over here, so normally persons will answer me that Ayush, this is written 1, 2, and 3. Okay, but to the Mubin, I have sent the details like I am representing Z with number 1, I am representing y with number 2, and I am representing x with the number 3. So this is a quick example. This is a quick example like what is the key in the encryption. So inside the key in the encryption, we are having the thing that how we are encrypting our data. So that is the way how we go ahead and keep our data secure. So we are having the three different type of encryption available. If we wanted to encrypt our data, we can go ahead and use the encryption of the data at rest. We can go ahead and use the encryption of data in transit, or also sorry, we can go ahead and use the encryption of the data as in use. If I'm talking about the first one, that is encryption of the data at rest. So in that case, the data is stored on a physical device such as server, such as any storage point over there, or it could be stored on a database or a storage account. But it is important to encrypt that data because it ensures that the data is unreadable without the keys and the secrets which we need to decrypt the data. And that is how we can encrypt our data at rest. Then we have the second option, that is for encryption of data in transit. If I'm talking about this option, that is encrypting the data in transit, it means that when our data is moving from one thing to another, from one location to another, from one system to another. For example, we are sending a mail, we are sharing a file, we are transferring the things over there. In that case, we need to encrypt our data, because if any given point of time, if there is any middleman is having the access over to the data, then we need to make our data secure. So that is the encryption in transit. Then we are having the option for encryption of the data what is in use. So if we are utilizing any data, then it will also encrypt the data at the time of the use as well. So that is the encryption in here. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the different type of level of encryption, so we can have two different type of encryption methods are available, like symmetric and the asymmetric. In the symmetric encryption, we are using the same key in order to encrypt and decrypt the data. In the asymmetric encryption, we are using the public key and the private key, means we are using two different keys over there in order to encrypt and decrypt our data. So that is the two top level types of encryption what we have. Okay, now moving ahead with the next concept, that is talking about the hashing. So inside the hashing, we can say that is the type of algorithm which we are using to convert the original text into the unique fixed length hash value. And those functions are deterministic, same input produce the same output. We are having a unique identifier of its associated data, and you can store the password, and the password is salted in order to mitigate the risk of brute force in a dictionary attack over there. But the important thing is that inside the hashing, we don't have any encryption keys are available, because this is the encryption in here. That's fine. Now let's move ahead with the next concept what we have, that is related to the compliance concept. So here in the compliance concept, we are having the option for the data residency, data sovereignty, and the data privacy. So if I'm talking this one concept in here, so in the data residency, we are having the regulations to govern the different physical location where data can be stored, and also it can say like how and when it can be transferred over there, how it can be processed, how it can be accessed internationally over there according to the different regulations of their government in that case. Then we are having the option for the data sovereignty. In that case, we are going to take a look on the particularly personal data, and that is the subject to the laws of different regulation according to the country and the region where our data is physically present, where our data is going to be processed, and where our data is going to be held in that case. Then we are having the option for the data privacy. In the data privacy option, we are having the notice and we are being the transparent about the collecting the data, processing the data, using and the sharing of the personal data. For example, you guys can see that when any social media app platform is having the new data protection or new data privacy policies, then they are notifying to you for the same. Okay, so that is the different compliance concept what we have to discuss in here, and that is all about this slide in here as well. And as well as this is all about the first lesson what we have as a part of the module number 1. Before moving towards with the lesson number 2, please let me know everyone if you guys are having any pending questions, queries, and the doubt related to the same what we have discussed so far in the SC-900. Okay, so yes, after the session, you can go to our website GTechLearn.com, and inside the past event section, you can see the recordings for the same. And let me show you how you guys can go ahead and access the recordings. So I'm opening up my browser in here, and you guys have to go to the GTechLearn.com, and let me reopen it, and from in here you can go to the event and webinar, and inside this section you can click on the past event, and from the past event you can see and click on the watch now button in order to see the events in here. All right, no problem. So let's get started with the second lesson, that is describing the different identity concepts in here. And in this lesson, we are going to take a look and the difference between the authentication and the authorization. And then we are going to talk about the concept of the identity as a security parameter. Then we are going to talk about the different identity related service what we are having. That's okay. So now let's just talk about the authentication and the authorization. So authentication and the authorization are two different things. If I'm talking about the authentication is in here, so that is the process how you are authenticating yourself that yes, I am the real one who is going to access the specific thing. And if I'm talking about the authorization is in here, so that is talking about the level of access or the permission what you are having after the authentication completed. So let me give you a quick example in here. So in that case, for example, if I'm having this room, or I can say this is my house, and inside my this house, I'm having 4 different rooms are present, and I'm having 2 different peoples in here, like person A and the person B. To the person B, I give all the keys for all my rooms what I am having inside my house. And to the person A, I'm only sharing the one room key to that specific person. So in that case, when user A enters to the home and both of the persons is having the house key with them. So when they are entering into the room, then user A can only have access to the one room in my house. So they are opening up my house and they are authenticating that yes, they are the authenticated person in order to access the rooms in my house. But apart from that, when it comes up to the authorization, the level of permission, the user A can have only access to the one room up, and the user B can have access to the all rooms what we are having inside my house. So that is the authorization. Let's see that thing over to the cloud. In that case, we can see that if we are having the subscription, if we are having the account, then we can authenticate ourselves towards the specific portal, and then the subscription tells us that how many permissions we are having onto that specific thing. That's okay. So that is the difference between the authentication and the authorization. Now, let's just talk about the identity as a security parameter in here. So in that case, we can see that the identity is a new security parameter. Why this thing is happening in here? Because as of now, the digital collaboration has changed. For example, as of now, our employees and the partners are expecting to be able to collaborate and access the organizational resources from anywhere. In the traditional time, in the previous time, what we are doing, if we wanted to access the office resources, then we need to come to the specific office and then we are accessing the things on the office devices over there. But as of now, we are moving towards the online world and we wanted to access the data, we wanted to access the different office resources from anywhere, from any device. We want to use our own device for completing our office task in here and without impacting the productivity over there. So in that case, when we are talking about all the things, then in that case, the security becomes a main concept in here, and the enterprise security needs to adapt this new reality, and the security parameter can no longer be viewed as a on-premises network. Now it is extended to the different software as a service application for the business critical workload that may be hosted outside of the corporate network. Also, we are having different personal devices that employees are using to access the corporate resources, like bring your own device while they are working from the home. We are having few unmanaged device that is used by the different partners or the customers when they are interacting with the corporate data and they are collaborating with the employees as well. We are also having the IoT device installed throughout our corporate network and inside the customer locations as well. So in that case, when we are talking about the traditional perimeter-based security model, so that is no longer enough to accomplish all of these tasks. So in that case, the identity has become a new security parameter that enables the organizations to secure their assets. But the question comes up here, that Ayush, what is the meaning of the identity? So is the identity, if I'm talking about the identity, so that is something which is how someone and something can be verified. Because I am the user, I am the employee in my organization, then how the resources, how the different cloud applications in my organization are going to know that I am the authenticated employee for the GTech. So my account is created onto the GTech tenant, and then I will be able to access the resources towards the GTech over there. So if I'm talking about the four pillars of the identity, so we are having the administration, authentication, authorization, and the auditing as a four different pillars of the identity infrastructure. And we already discussed the what is authentication and what is authorization. If I'm talking about the administration in here, so that is something by using that we are administrating the things, that how do we manage the different identities in our organization, how do we go ahead and set up the permission for those identities, how do we go ahead and set up the access for those identities, which licenses we need to provide to that specific identity, how do we go ahead and create the identities, how do we go ahead and manage the things over there. So that is something which we are coming up and talking about in the part of administration over there. If I'm talking about the auditing option, so auditing is something that is taking a look at what are the changes we have made after having the specific role enabled or after having the specific permission available with us. So inside the auditing, we can say that, sorry, see that who did what. So that is the something which is comes up under the auditing feature over there. That's okay. Now, moving ahead and talking about the modern authentication and the role of the identity provider. So, the modern authentication is nothing, it is just a term for the authentication and the authorization method between a client and the server. Talking about the role of the identity provider. So that is something which offers the authentication, authorization, and the auditing service. Before moving ahead with the modern authentication and the identity provider concept, I want to ask one question from you all guys, that inside our on-premises network, when we want to manage our users, when we want to manage our groups, network share, and the computers, then what is the role, what is the thing we are utilizing for the same? If we wanted to configure and manage all the things as a part of a specific network, then what are the things we are going to use as a part of the identity provider over there? Please share your thoughts on the same. Mubin CNAME, that is okay, login ID, but where we are having all the things are saved or configured, means we are using the Active Directory domain services, correct? Where we are having all the users data available, where we are having all the groups available, our network shares and computers are present. So that is the identity provider for us in that case, where we only want to manage a specific network inside our organization. But when it comes up to the cloud, then it says that we can have access to worldwide over there. So in that case, the identity provider comes up in the picture. And identity provider is nothing, that is only a tool, that is only a thing which is giving us the capability to create the identities over there. And identity provider can manage the authentication, authorization, and auditing for those identities. So identity provider enable the organization to establish the authentication and authorization policy, and also it can be used to monitor the user behavior for the different identity protection related things over there. And also with the capability of identity provider, we can go ahead and utilize the modern authentication, and also it is supported by the single sign-on over there. So now, what is the example for the identity provider? So we can say that Microsoft Azure Active Directory is an example of cloud-based identity provider, and Microsoft is having Microsoft Azure Active Directory as a central identity provider for all the different services what we are having in the Microsoft. Either it could be a Microsoft Azure, it could be Office 365, it could be a Dynamics 365 portal, it could be a Power Platform as well. So for all of those different applications, are having the Microsoft Azure Active Directory as a central identity provider. From there, we are managing all the users, from there, we are managing all the groups, and from there, we are managing all the licenses over there as well. So that is the identity provider. That's fine. Now moving ahead with the concept of the directory services in Active Directory. So as I told you, a directory is the hierarchical structure where we are storing the information about the objects what we are having inside the single network, and we are using the Active Directory domain services inside our on-premises environment that will store the directory data and make it available for the network users, administrators, services, and the applications. So the best known service for this kind of thing is known as a Active Directory Domain Services as a central component in the organizations with the on-premises IT infrastructure. If I'm talking about the Azure Active Directory, so that is the evolution of identity and access management by providing the organization's capability of an identity as a service solution for their different application across the cloud and also the on-premises as well. So if you want to integrate your on-premises deployment, on-premises Active Directory domain services with the Microsoft Azure Active Directory, then yes, you can go ahead and set up the hybrid environment for the same. And for the same, you need to connect with a tool that is Azure AD Connect, and you can have the capability to synchronize the things between on-premises and Azure Active Directory. That's okay. Then moving ahead and talking about the concept of the federation. So it says that the concept of the federation is totally dependent on the trust model over there, because the federation enables the access of the services across the different organizational or the domain boundaries by establishing the trust relationship between the respective domain and the specific identity provider we have. With the federation, there is no need for to users to maintain the different username and the password when accessing the resources in the other domain. For example, here in this picture, you can see that we are having the two different domains are available, domain B and the domain A, and we are having the user present into the identity provider B, and we are having the website inside the identity provider A. For example, my domain A is a.com and my identity provider, sorry, B is a.com and identity provider A is a.com. Let me change the name, b.com and a.com. Okay, and user b.com, this is user Aman, and the username for this user is going to be Aman at the rate b.com. And this user wanted to access the website, whatever the website I'm having inside my another domain a.com. Then what we need to do, we need to create a new user here with the name aman at the rate a.com, and then that user will able to access that website. But by using the federation, what we can do, we don't need to create that user inside that specific domain. And let me create the scenario. So inside that case, if I'm talking about the again, so here we are having one domain that is b.com. Here we are having the domain that is a.com. In that case, when the website uses the authentication services for the identity provider A, then user authenticate with the identity provider B over there. Means if user is having the account with the name aman@b.com, then user can utilize this existing credentials in order to authenticate for the website and the app services on the identity provider A, because the identity provider A has the trust on the identity provider B. So when users credentials are passed to the website trusts the user and allow the access, because with the federation the trust is created. However, the trust is not bidirectional. Although identity provider A may trust to the identity provider B and allow the user in the domain B to access the website in the domain A, but the opposite is not true unless that trust relationship is configured over there. So that is the concept of the federation what we are having into it. And also that is all about this module is here. And in this module, we talked about the shared responsibility model. We talked about the defense in depth, CIA triad. We talked about the zero trust model. We talked about the different compliance concept like data residency, data sovereignty, and the data privacy. We also talked about the authentication and the authorization. We talked about the four different pillars of the identity concept, like authentication, authorization, auditing, and the administration. And then we talked about the identity related service, like directory services and the federation as well. So that is all about this module. Before moving ahead to works with the second module of the SC-900 program, please let me know if you guys are having any pending questions and the doubt for the same, so we can go ahead and continue with those things, and then we can continue with the module number 2. So please put your queries and the questions on the chat. I'm here to help you upon the same. Bill, I think Angus can give response. Please make it clear to me. Okay, that's great, no problem. And thank you very much, everyone, for the quick confirmations in here. Now, I'm going to open up the next module, that is module number 2 for the SC-900 program, and then discuss the things, whatever the things we are having inside that specific module. So I'm opening up the slide deck for the same. And this is the module number 2 what we are having in here. And in this module we are going to talk about the capabilities of Microsoft Azure Active Directory, part of Microsoft Intra. That's okay. So if I'm talking about the Microsoft Intra, so that is the main thing from where we can manage the portals of different cloud service provider. We can manage the users from different cloud service provider what we have. That's okay. Now let's get started with the module outline. Like what are the different lessons and the things which we need to discuss inside specific module number 2. So inside the module number 2, we are going to talk about the lesson 1, that is for exploring the services and the identity type what we are having in the Azure Active Directory. Then we are going to talk about the different authentication capabilities of Azure Active Directory, like how do we go ahead and manage the different authentication capabilities for Azure Active Directory. Then we are going to talk about the access management capabilities for the same, and then we are going to talk about the identity protection and the governance capabilities of Azure Active Directory. That's fine. And that is all about the things what we need to discuss as a part of this module in here. So let's get started with the very first lesson of in this module, that is talking about the explore the services and the identity types in Azure Active Directory. Then here we are having the things in this lesson for describing the Azure Active Directory and the identity types that is supported by the Azure Active Directory. So moving ahead and talking about the Azure Active Directory first. So first of all, it is talking about the Microsoft Intra in here. That's fine. In that case, here you can see that Microsoft Intra is a product family that encompasses all Microsoft identity and access capability, and it is also including the Azure Active Directory. That's fine. That's a great thing. Now, if I'm talking about the Azure Active Directory, so Microsoft is having the Azure Active Directory as an identity and access management service, and we can also say that is a cloud-based identity and access management service, and the organizations are using the Azure Active Directory in order to enable their employees, guests, and other users in order to make a sign in and access the resources whenever they need. And it will provide a single access for the identity system to their on-premises and cloud applications as well. So if I'm talking about the first one, so by having that option, the internal resources in your organization, such as your different applications, your corporate network and intranet and the cloud applications that are developed in your organization, you can make a sign in into that. And in the external services, you can make a login to the Microsoft 365 Azure portal and the different SaaS application that is going to be used by your organization. And it will also protect your identity and credentials to make an organization access and governance request. And also in the each Microsoft 365, Office 365, Azure, and Dynamics 365 subscription, you are automatically having the Azure AD tenant is in place. So you can use the Azure Active Directory in order to use different public cloud Azure. You can also go ahead and integrate your on-premises Active Directory with the Azure Active Directory. You can also integrate the on-premises application with your Azure Active Directory. You can use the Azure Active Directory to connect with your business partners. You can invite your business partners in order to access the resources inside your organization. And also you can manage the different devices by using the Azure Active Directory as well. Before moving ahead and talking about the different type of identities what we are having into the Azure Active Directory, let me quickly show you what are the different additions what we are having as a part of Azure Active Directory. So I'm opening up one of my whiteboard and then let me show you. So here I am opening up my whiteboard where I'm having few charts available related to the Azure Active Directory. And here you can see if I am opening this up, that is talking about the Azure Active Directory additions. So here I am, and let me clear the screen first. And from in here, I want to drag it up and let me remove those markings first. Just give me a quick moment in here. Okay, so here you can see in this specific chart what I'm having as a part of different additions what we are having in the Azure Active Directory. So inside that we are having the different additions what we have present for the Azure Active Directory. So we are having the free addition as well as we are having the Microsoft 365 app edition, we are having the premium P1 edition, and we are having the premium P2 edition as well. So if I'm talking about all of these editions, so these all are the different features what we are having as a part of Azure Active Directory, like directory object, single sign-on, core identity and access, B2B collaboration, identity and access for Office 365, premium feature, hybrid identity, advanced group access, conditional access, identity protection, identity governance. So according to the specific edition what you are utilizing, you are having the access to the specific feature. So if you are using the free edition, so whenever you are subscribing for the any Azure product, whenever you are subscribing for the free Azure sponsorship pass, what I have told you in the starting of this session, then you are having the free edition of the Azure Active Directory available with you. And inside the free edition, you can create 5 lakh objects into that. Object means that the users and the groups what you are having. You are having the capability for the single sign-on. You can go ahead and manage the core and identity access. You can do the business-to-business collaboration. When you are having the license for the Microsoft 365 application, for example, you are subscribing for the Office 365, you are subscribing for the Power platform, you are subscribing for the Dynamics 365. In that case, you are having that license available with you. And in this license, you are having no object limit. You can go with the unlimited single sign-on. You can have access to the core identity and access. You can manage the B2B collaboration, and you can also manage the identity and access for the Office 365. Then we are having the Azure Active Directory premium editions available. Sorry. And with having the premium P1 edition, there is no object limit in the directory. You can create multiple objects. You can have unlimited single sign-on capability. You can have access to these services till identity and access for Office 365. Also, you are having the access to the premium feature, hybrid identity, advanced group access, and the conditional access as well. Apart from that, if you wanted to set up the identity protection or you wanted to set up the identity governance, like privileged identity management, access review related thing, then in that case, you must have to utilize the Azure Active Directory Premium P2 license. So these all are the different additions what we are having as a part of Azure Active Directory. And also, if I'm talking about the pricing for the same, so let me go ahead and search for the Azure AD pricing. And also, I'm going to share that specific link on the chat for your reference. By having that link, you can go ahead and see the current and the updated pricing details on your end. And here you can see inside the pricing option, for the Azure AD Premium P1, it is included with the Microsoft 365, and Premium P2 also included with the Microsoft 365. If you are go with the Azure Premium P1 license, then it will cost you $6 per user per month. And in the Azure AD Premium P2, it will cost you $9 per user per month in here. So that is the pricing information related to the Azure Active Directory. So we can see the pricing table from in here. That's okay. Now come back to the presentation and talking about the next concept, that is talking about the different AD identity types in here. Before moving to that concept, please let me know if you guys are having any question related to the Azure Active Directory. All right. And thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here. Now, if I am talking about the different management type of the identity, so the Azure AD is having the different type of identities like users, service principal, managed identity, and the devices in here. That's okay. So if I'm talking about the first one, that is user, so that is a identity is a representation of something that is managed by Azure Active Directory. It could be our employees, it could be our guest. Those are represented as a user in the Azure Active Directory. And if you have a several user with the same access need, then you can create the group. So we can also go ahead and manage the group for the same. For example, we are having the few users with the HR department, and we want to group those users inside a group because we need to set up a same permission to all the users in the HR department. So instead of setting a permission separately for all of the users, what we can do, we can go ahead and create a group, and after that we can set up the permission on the same. That's all right. And we are having the devices in place. So if I'm talking about the devices in here, so devices is nothing that is just a piece of hardware, such as the our mobile devices, our laptops, servers, and the printers. And we can also set up the device identities in a different way in the Azure Active Directory. And the managing devices in the Azure Active Directory is something that will allow us for the organization to protect the assets by using assets by using the tools such as Microsoft Intune to ensure the standard for security and the compliance. You can also go ahead and by utilizing the Azure Active Directory, you can enable the single sign-on to the devices. You can enable the application services from anywhere over there. So what are the different multiple devices options what we are having into it? So you can go ahead and utilize the Azure AD registered devices. Okay, what are those devices? So it can be Windows 10 device, it can be iOS device, it can be Android device, or it can be a Mac OS device. So devices that are Azure AD registered are typically owned by the user personally rather than by the organization, and they are signed in with those devices with a personal Microsoft account or another local account. So those devices are known as a Azure AD registered device. Apart from that, we are having the Azure AD joint devices. So if I'm talking about the another option, that is Azure AD joint device, it means that those devices are only exist into the cloud, and Azure AD joint devices are owned by an organization and signed in with an organization Azure Active Directory account. So for example, if I'm having any device and I have signed in to my device with my work email with my GTechLearn account, and that is the device is synced with my Azure Active Directory account. So those devices is known as a Azure AD joint device. Apart from that, we are having one more type of devices are available, that is hybrid Azure AD join devices. So in those devices, it can be Windows 7, 8.1, 10, and the server 2008, or the newer version devices that are known as a hybrid Azure AD device, because those are joined, are owned by the organization and also signed in by the domain service account that is belonging to the organization. So those devices can be exist in the cloud and in the on-premises as well. If I'm talking about the IT administrators in here, so they can use the different type of tools like Microsoft Intune and mobile device management in order to manage those devices in here. So these all are the devices what we are having. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the service principle in here, sorry, let me go back in here. So if I'm talking about the service principle in here, so the service principle is a security identity that is used by the different application and that is used by the different services to give the access to the specific Azure resource. And you can think of it is and the identity for an application, and the application delegates its identity and access the functions to the Azure Active Directory. So in that case, the application must first be registered with Azure Active Directory, and the process of registering the application creates a global unique app object which is stored in your tenant, and then after a service principal is created in each tenant where the application is used, and it can be referenced globally unique app object over there. Then we are having the option for the managed identity. So in the managed identity, the Azure Active Directory automatically manage the Azure managed identity, and typically, we are using that option to manage the credentials for authenticating a cloud application with an Azure service. And in that case, we are having the different benefits are present. Like application developers can authenticate to the different services that are supported by Azure resources over there. They can have a service, any Azure service that support the Azure Active Directory, and they can use the same to manage the identities to authenticate to another Azure service. And for this example, we can say that we are having the Azure Key Vault. Yes, Ganesh? Uh, Sorry. Okay, no problem. Then we can use the managed identity without any additional cost. If I'm talking about the type of the managed identity, so we are having two different type are available for the managed identity. So we can have the system assigned identity, and also we can have the user assigned identity as a type of managed identity in here. So in the system assigned identity, some Azure services are there that allow you to enable the managed identity directly on the service instance. So when you are enabling a system assigned managed identity, an identity is created inside the Azure Active Directory, and that is tied up with the life cycle of the service or the instance. And whenever the resource is deleted, the Azure automatically delete identity for you. That's okay. If I'm talking about the user assigned identity, so you may also create a managed identity as a standalone Azure resource, and then you can use that specific managed identity, managed user assigned managed identity, and you can assign it to one or more than instance. So whenever you are creating that identity, then it can be assigned to the multiple user, and it is not tied up with any one of the resource. So I'm going to show you one chart where I'm having the different properties, and accordingly we can differentiate the difference between the system identity and the managed identity. Yes, Rahul, please go ahead with your query.
Sorry, it was a wrong input.
Sorry.
Sorry, I accidentally unmuted myself.
Okay, no problem. All right. So now here you can see in that specific chart, we are having the different properties are available. And accordingly, we are having the difference on the system assigned managed identity and the user assigned managed identity. So if I'm talking about the creation, so the system identity created as a part of an specific Azure resource, such as Azure Virtual Machine or Azure App Service, and when we are creating those services, then automatically a system assigned managed identity is created, and we can create a standalone Azure resource as a user assigned managed identity. So that is about the creation. If I'm talking about the life cycle, so that is a shared life cycle with the Azure resources. When the parent resource is deleted, the managed identity is also deleted. Okay. In the user assigned managed identity, we are having the independent life cycle, and we must be explicitly deleted the user assigned managed identity over there. Then if I'm talking about the sharing across the Azure resources, so this cannot be shared and it is only associated with a single Azure resource. And if I'm talking about the user assigned managed identity, so it can be shared, and user assigned identity can be associated with more than one Azure resource over there. And if I'm talking about the use cases where we are utilizing the system assigned managed identity and where we are utilizing the user assigned managed identity, so the workload that are contained within a single Azure resource where we are using the same in the workload for which we need to use the independent ID such as application that runs on a single virtual machine, we can go ahead and use the system assigned identity. For the workload that run on multiple resources and which can share a single identity, for the same we can go ahead and utilize the user managed identity over there. So that is a quick difference between the system assigned identity and the user assigned identity. Now let's jump up to the portal and see what are the different user settings what we are having as a part of the Azure Active Directory in here. That's fine. But before moving ahead with the same, would it be fine if we take a short 15-minute break in here and then we are continuing with the session? So please mark your confirmations, guys. All right, so thank you very much everyone for the quick confirmations from your end. So now we are taking a quick break in here for the 15 minutes and we'll come back after the break. Okay, everyone. So please mark your confirmation once you all are back from the break. So we can continue with the module. And for the link for redemption your achievement code bill, I'm again sharing the link with you, and then you can utilize the same for redeeming your activation code over there. And also, if you guys are newly joining in the session, so you can utilize that specific link to activate your badges. Please mark your confirmations once again so I can continue with the session. Okay, no problem. So now here we are having the demonstration for the different Azure AD settings what we are having. So for the same, I'm going to open up my Azure portal in here. And then here you can see inside my this portal, I want to use the another account what I'm having. So let me go ahead and I want to use SC class.dec at outlook.com, and let me make a login into that. And here, if I'm talking about managing the users for the same, then inside the Azure Active Directory, first of all, we need to take an overview. So the name of my default directory is this one. Here you can see this is my tenant ID. This is my primary domain, which is by default coming up with the Microsoft with the subdomain on Microsoft.com. I am having Azure AD Premium P2 license with my this account. I'm having total one user in this connect. I'm having zero group, zero application, and the devices as well. Okay. So here you can see on the left hand blade, we are having the different section like manage, monitoring, troubleshooting, and support. And inside that, we are having the multiple options are present like users, groups, external identities, and all. And we can go ahead and utilize those things in order to work with them. So first of all, let me go to the licenses option. And inside the licenses, you can see whenever we are creating a new subscription for Azure Active Directory, then for the same, we are only having the free trial license available, and we can go ahead and activate the trial for Azure Active Directory Premium P2. So how do we do that? On the licenses played on the left hand side here, you can see we are having the option for the all product. So you can go there. So from in there, you can click on the try and buy. And from this option, you can go ahead and activate your free trial for Azure Active Directory Premium P2, as well as you can create a free trial for 1 month for your Enterprise Mobility plus Security E5 license. And when you are activating those free licenses, then you are having total 100 quantity of Azure Active Directory Premium P2 license available with you, and the $250 quantity of Enterprise Mobility plus Security E5 license available with you. Then you can utilize those licenses in order to distribute your different users in here. That's okay. Once you activate the trial, it could take some time to reflect the changes in the portals as I have already activated. So as of now, I am having the Azure AD Premium P2 license with me. That's all right. Now I'm moving back to the user, and here you can see that as of now, I'm only having one user in place. So if I want to create a new user, then I can go ahead and create a new user. Let me go ahead and create a new user. So whenever we are creating a new user, we are having few important fields like username, name, and then we can go ahead and create the user. Rest of the things are optional. If we want to go ahead and provide the things, then we can provide those things, or those are the optional one as well. So let me go ahead and I'm going to create a new user in here with the name admin. And in the name, let me type, this is going to be my Microsoft admin user. And in the password section, let me create the password for this user. So here I'm creating the temporary password for the user. And when this user admin logging into the first time inside the portal, then he must have to change their default password first. That's fine. Now I'm moving ahead and selecting the group. So if you want to add this newly created user in any existing group, so you can go ahead and add that user in the existing group as well as you can change the roles of the user. You can block the sign in for the user, and also you can set the location of users for the user as well. That's fine. As of now, I don't want to make any changes in here. So let me go ahead and click on the create button. So once you click on the create, then you can see that you are having one user admin in place. Let me refresh it again and again. And then here you can see that I'm having my Microsoft admin user in place, what I have just created. And also I will be able to log in with that specific user. So let me copy the user principal name, and I'm going to open up my another browser. And inside my this browser, let me go with the portal.azure.com. Oh, let me correct the spelling. Portal.azure.com. And from in here, I need to paste my user principal name. Okay, I have logged in with this account. Let me close this account first, and I'm again opening up my browser. Let me go to the portal.azure.com, and then I need to enter the user principal name and the default password what I have created for the user. So this is the password, and then I need to change the current password as per the security reason. So let me set up a new password for this specific user. And then I am going to make a login to the Azure portal with my Microsoft admin user account in here. That's fine. Let me go with the yes. And then here you can see my user Microsoft admin is logged into the portal successfully. So that is how we can add the user and create the user in Azure Active Directory. But this is the way how do we go ahead and create a one user. If we wanted to create 10 user, 20 user and 100 user at a time, then how do we do that? What do you guys think about it? Is this the correct way to create 100 user and 20 user again and again by using this new user method? So in some scenarios, if we want to create a multiple users, then what you guys think about it? How do we do that?
Bulk upload members.
Okay, bulk cloud member, right? So thank you, Rahul, for the quick answer. So we are having this bulk operation present in here, and by having that operations, what we can do, we can create multiple users, we can invite multiple users, we can delete multiple users as well. So now let me show you that how do we do that. So let me go ahead and click on the bulk create, and it will say that you need to create a complex CSV file where you need to provide the user details over there. So before opening up the file, let me do one thing, like I need to copy the domain name, whatever the domain name I'm using for my Azure Active Directory. So for the same, I'm opening it up, and let me copy this primary domain name from in here. And then I'm opening up my file. And this is the file. And inside this specific file, I need to provide the detail like display name, which is required information, username, initial password, block sign-in option, user's location, and the department. So these are the optional, but I'm going to provide those informations in here. So let me remove the demo content, and we are giving up the name that is user01, and this is going to be my user02. And here I wanted to create 25 users, for example. And here inside the username, let me type user01 at the rate, and this is going to be the domain name, whatever the domain name I'm having. In the initial password, let me type this one. And in the block sign-in, I don't want to block the sign-in for my user. In the department, let me set up, this is my IT department user, and this is going to be my user location for this user, this India. And then let me copy those things. Sorry. And I'm going to paste all of this information same as like that in here. So now here you can see I'm having those information present. And let me do one thing. After the user 10, I'm going to make a changes into the department. And here I'm having those users present as my HR department. So let me go ahead and do the same. And here I'm having few users like finance department. Okay, so I have set up the users in here. Then inside the user principal name, let me go ahead and press the Control E for the autofill. Now here you can see that I'm having all the required fields are available, and let me block the sign in for my user 11. For example, I wanted to block the sign in for my user 11. That's fine. Once I have done with this file configuration, let me close this file and then I need to upload this file in here. So let me go to the upload your CSV file, and here I'm selecting my file and let me click on the open. So now here you can see my file uploaded successfully. The important thing is that if you are having any error in your file, then you will see the error in here. Then go with the submit. And here you can see the bulk operation is in progress, and click here to view the status of each operation. So we can click on here, and inside that you can see that we are having this status available that is completed with no error, and all my 25 users are created in my Azure Active Directory. So let's just verify the things in here. So in that case, let me go back to the Azure, and inside my Azure Active Directory, if I'm moving back to the users in here, then you guys can see that I'm having all my user 1 to user 25 present in my Azure Active Directory. So that is how we can go ahead and create my users in a bulk way. Is this thing is clear to everyone? All right, thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here. And also I can manage the view, I can edit the column, and let me show that instead of the company, I want to see the department. Let me save it. And now here you can see I'm having all the department are present like IT department and all. And let me place the identities after the department. And here you can see that I'm having all the users are present. Remember, I have blocked the sign in for my user 11. So if I'm copying up the user principal name for my user 11, and I want to sign up with another user, sign in with another user, and let me try to make a login with the user 11. Then you can see your account has been locked. Contact your support person to unlock it and then try again. So if you block the sign in for the user, then user will not be able to sign into the portal. So that is the one way. If you want to download all your user information. Then how do you do that? You can just click on the download user, and inside the file name you can set up your file name and click on the start, and it will start the all user export thing for you, and you can have all the user data available inside your Excel file. In the bulk operation process, you can see that you are having this thing present, and whatever the request you are having for this file, your task is completed, and you can download your result from in here. If I'm opening up this file, inside this file I am having all the details are present. Okay, let me close it up, and I need to again export all the users in here. So let me go back to the user section, and from in here let me download all the users what I'm having. Let me select it and click on the download user and click on the start. Okay, so from in here I can view the status. So this is in progress, and I have completed with that. Let me download the file again, and if I'm opening it up, okay, so status is success, and in the URI I'm having all the things are present in here. That's strange how I'm not having the correct detail in here. No problem. So that is the way how you can download the user. Maybe there is some glitch as of now. That's why I won't be able to download the all user data in here. Okay, now the another option what we are having into this option, that is for bulk invite. So if we want to invite bulk users at a time, so we can go ahead and use that specific option. Then we have an option for the bulk delete. So if we want to delete bulk user at a time, so let me show you how do we do that. But for the same, let me do one thing. In the manage view, I don't want to see the identity. However, I want to see the object ID of my user, because we need an object ID if we want to delete bulk user. So for the same, let me do that. I am going to copy the object ID for my user 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. And then I'm opening up my delete CSV file. Then, for deleting the user, I need to provide the user principal name or the object ID. Okay, so it says that I need to provide the user principal name, no problem. Let me copy the user principal name for user 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. And then in the Excel, what I can do, let me go ahead with the first user that is having the user 21 in my list. Then let me paste the user principal name for the user 22, and then let me paste the user principal name for user 24, and the same I am going to do for user 25. Let me save this file. I'm closing this file. Then I am moving ahead to the bulk operation, and I want to go with the bulk delete. Here I'm going to upload my user delete Excel file, and yes, I want to delete those users. Let me mark the confirmation and then click on the submit. So here you can see, once I click on the yes, and I can view the status of all operation, and this is also completed without any error. Let me go back to the directory users in here, and I'm again refreshing up my page to see the changes. Then inside that you can say that I'm having those users unavailable. Apart from that, if we want to recover the deleted user, then in the left hand side here you can see that we are having the option for the deleted user. So we can go to the deleted user option in here, and in that area we can see all the deleted user what I am having in here. Okay, and if I want to restore, then we can simply go ahead and select that user and then click on the restore, and that is how we can restore the user. So let me click on the restore and it will restore the deleted user. But the important thing is that users are permanently deleted automatically after the 30 days they are deleted. So before 30 days, we need to recover the user, restore the user from this area. Otherwise, the user is deleted permanently, and then we will not be able to restore that specific user what we have deleted. So that is the user related thing what we are having. If I'm talking about the user settings in here, so inside the user setting option, we will see those different types, like users can able to register with the application. We can restrict non-admin user for creating the tenants. We can restrict the access to Azure AD admin portal. We can go with the LinkedIn account connection. We can show the keep user signed in. We can manage the external user setting. We can manage the user features what we are having, like users can preview feature for app, and user can administrators can access my stuff. So we can have different user feature options which we can change as a part of the user setting. So that is the something what we can manage as a part of the user in Azure Active Directory. That's fine. Moving ahead and talking about the next concept what we are having, that is talking about the group management in Azure Active Directory. That how do we go ahead and manage the groups what we are having inside the users over there. Sorry, inside the Azure Active Directory, how do we go ahead and manage the groups for the same? So for the group here, you can see that if I go back to the Azure Active Directory, so inside the group, we are having the different group options are available. We can create two different type of groups in Azure Active Directory. The first one that is a security group, and the next one that is a Microsoft 365 group. So if we want to assign any role to the user, if we want to assign the licenses, so for the same, we can go ahead and utilize the security group over there. And if we want to create a mail enabled user with having the shared mailbox. So for the same, we can go ahead and create a Microsoft 365 user. That's okay. If I'm talking about the user creation, so you need to select the group type for creating a group. Then you need to select the group name. Then you need to select the group description. And then if you want to associate the Azure AD role to the group, then you can do the same. Otherwise, you can go with the membership type. If you are using this group for assigning the Azure AD role, so then the membership only can be used as assigned. If you are clicking up no this option, then you can see the assigned membership, dynamic user membership, and the dynamic device membership. So what is the difference between all of these three membership types what we are having in here? So if I'm talking about these membership types in here, so assigned membership type is says that you are going to add users manually in the specific group. Then we are having the another membership type that is dynamic user. And by using the dynamic user, what you are going to do, you are going to add the user in the group automatically based on the different attribute what we are having for the user. So for an example, if you want to go ahead and add user according to the department, you want to add all users in the HR group who is having the HR department. So for the same, you can go ahead and use this dynamic user option. Same as like that, you can go with the dynamic device. So if you want to group your Windows device, if you want to group your mobile devices, then for the same, you can go ahead and utilize the dynamic device option. So as of now, I'm going to create a new group with the assigned type. And here I'm typing up the group name. So this is going to be my SCGRP. And in the description, this is demo in the class. Demo in the class. is going to be the group description. In the owner, I'm selecting myself as the owner, and in the members, I have manually selected the user 23, 22, and 21 as a member of this specific group. So that is how we can go ahead and create a assigned membership security group. Is this thing is clear to everyone? That's okay. Now, moving ahead with the next group type. So if we refresh the page, then we will be able to see our group. Let me go ahead and I'm going to create a new group. And this is also a security group. Here, I want to create this is as my HRGRP. And this group is for HR department persons. Okay. In the membership type, let me select the dynamic user and I'm selecting myself as the owner. Selecting the owner is optional, that is not necessary. And in the membership type, I have selected the dynamic user. And here you can see that I need to add a dynamic query. In the query, I have added if the department of user equals to the HR, then add those users into that specific group. I can go ahead and validate my rule, that is my rule is working fine or not. So for the same, here you can see that I have selected few of my users what I am having in here, and then let me just go ahead and select those users. And here you can see in the validation we can see that we cannot use user 1 2 3 4 in the HR group. Why? Because those users are having the department equal to IT. But we will be able to add user 20, 19, 18, 14, 15 into this group because the department of those users is HR. That's fine. I have validated my rule. My rule is working perfectly. Let me go ahead and save the thing in here. Now here you can see the group is created. If I refresh my page, so in a short time, I will be able to see the HRGRP also in the portal. And then let me go to the member and verify the things. So inside my HRGRP, I am going to see the members. And as of now here, I am having no member found. Okay, it could take some time. Let me refresh my browser again. That's okay. It could take some time. Till the time, what we can do, we can go back to the Azure Active Directory. And here we can verify the members what we have assigned manually first. Let me go to the SCGRP. And here inside the members, you can see that I am having those members available. It's fine. And if I'm talking about my HRGRP, then I should expect to see my HR peoples in here because I have set it up myself as a owner. And inside the dynamic membership rule, I am having this rule available and also I have validated my rule. So the thing is working fine. Sometime may take some time, and now here you can see I have added all of these users in here automatically. So that is how we can work with the dynamic group assignment thing. Is this thing is clear to everyone? Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here. Now, if I'm talking about the next type of group, what we can create in Azure Active Directory, that is going to be known as a Microsoft 365 group. So for example, this is my demo class group, and this is going to be the name of my group. And here you can see that I'm having the email address of this group available, and it is having the shared mailbox available. Let me go with the assigned membership, and I'm selecting myself as the owner. And inside the members, let me select user 13, user 21, 22, and 23 as a member of this group. And here I can go ahead and create a group. So let me refresh it up. And now here you can see that I'm having one more group available with the group email ID, that is demo class at sclass decoutlook.microsoft.com. And here if I'm opening up this user, so I will be able to see the object ID created and the email ID also for this user. So that is the way how we can go ahead and create the Microsoft 365 user. Also, let me quickly show you that if we wanted to assign a license to the user, then how do we do that? So there are two different ways are there by using we can assign the license to the user. So the first way, we can go to the user, then inside the user we can select the specific user to which we want to assign the license. Then we can go to the licenses option, and then from in here we can go to the assignment, and we can select the license, and then we can assign the specific license to the user as well. But as of now, if I'm saving this setting, I should expect like the license is assigned over there. But the important thing is that if you want to go with the user which is not having the user's location configured, for example, here you can see in the property the user's location has not been set for my user Microsoft admin, and I'm going to assign the license to the specific user. In that case, I'm having one error in place. That is for license assignment failed because the location for the user is not set. So if we want to set up the license for the user, then we need to set up the location for the user first. So that is the one way how we can assign the license. The another way for assigning the license, we can go to the licenses, and from in here we can go to the all product. Then we can select the specific license what we want to assign to the user. Then we can click on the assign, and then we can select the specific user or the group where we want to assign the license. So for example, let me select the user 2, 3, and 4, 5 on which I want to assign the license. Let me go ahead and click on the review and assign, and then it will assign the 4 licenses to the 4 users what I have selected. So that is the second way to assign the license. As of now, when we are assigning the license directly, then inside that case, you can see the assignment path for the licenses direct. We can also go ahead and make a group-based licensing. For example, if we are having multiple candidates in my HR group and we want to assign the license to all of those users, so instead of selecting each and every user again and again, what we can do, we can put all those users into the group by utilizing the group query. Then we can go to the licenses option, and from in here, what we can do, we can go to the license assignment, we can select the license and click on the save, and then the license assignment has been updated for the specific group, and whatever the members we are having as a part of this specific group is assigned the specific license as well. So let me just go ahead to the licenses section after refreshing my page, and then let me verify my configuration, is it working or not. So here you can see if I'm moving back in here to the licenses section, and then I have selected the all product option. Then inside the all product option, here you can see that how many license I have assigned to the user. And as of now it is 5, so it could take some time, and then after we will be able to see the new license assignments in that page. So we have to wait for few more moments in here. And if I go back to again in my groups to just verify the configuration, so inside my HR group, I'm moving ahead to the licenses, and here you can see I have having those licenses applied to the user. Let me recheck the licenses from in here. And let me refresh my page. And now here you can see I have total 15 license assigned. And if I'm opening it up, then here you can see those license assignments are direct. And for my those HR users, it is inherited with the HR GRP over there. So now if this thing is clear to everyone, like how do we go ahead and implement the group-based licensing? Please mark your confirmations. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for the confirmations from your end. And let me go back to the option. So here we can see that we talked about the users, we talked about the group, we talked about license management for the same. That's okay. Now let me go back to the presentation, and then this slide is talking about the external identities in here. So let's have a look to the external identities what we are having. So if I'm talking about the external identities in here, so in the external identity, the Azure AD external identity is the set of capabilities that will help the organization to allow the access to the external users, such as the customers, the partners, and by using that option, your customers and partners and other guest users can bring their own identity in order to make a sign-in inside your organization, and the ability for the external users to bring their own identity to sign in is enabled through Azure Active Directory support for the external identity providers like Azure AD Talent, Facebook, Google, and different enterprise identity providers. And in that case, the admins can set up the federation with the identity provider. So your external user can sign in with their existing social or enterprise account instead of creating a new account just for your application access. So inside the Azure AD external identities, we are having two different type of external identities things are available. First one that is known as a business to business collaboration that will allow you to share your application and resources with external user, and then we are having the business to customer access management, and in that case this is an identity management solution that is for the consumer and the customer facing apps. So talking about more in here related to business collaboration, that will allow you to share your organization's application service with the guest user from other organization while maintaining control over to your own data business to business collaboration. So for example, if I'm having my company abc.com and I'm inviting the user from any other company that is xyz.com, so that is known as a B2B collaboration. If I'm talking about the B2C collaboration, Azure AD B2C is a customer and identity access management, sorry, not for the collaboration, identity access management solution that will allow you to external user to sign in with their preferred social enterprise or local account identity, like it could be on a Google, it could be on a Microsoft itself, it could be on a Facebook as well, or it could be a default email ID and password for the user, and user can use like a specific account to make a sign in for the same. So that is the thing what we need to discuss in here in the concept of the external identities in there. Before moving ahead to this concept that is talking about the describe of hybrid identities in here, please let me know if you guys are having any questions related to the same thing what we have discussed in here. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here. So if I'm talking about the hybrid identity, so that is a common user identity what we are using for the authentication and the authorization purposes over there for the different resources what we are having into our on-prem or on-cloud environment as well. That's fine. Now, let's just see about the hybrid identity in here. So for example, in my on-premises Active Directory, I'm having my user Rahul, and I'm having my user Sachin, and I'm having my user Shivam present on my on-premises Active Directory. And inside my Azure Active Directory, I'm having my user like Mayank, I'm having my user like Ganesh, and I'm having my user like John, and I'm running few different applications in the Microsoft Azure. I'm having Office 365. So my those users who are a part of Azure Active Directory can easily access those applications. However, if we want to give access to those users towards the Office 365 and different applications what we are having, for the same, what we can do, we can go ahead and utilize this tool that is known as the Azure AD Connect, and that will synchronize my on-premises identities towards the Microsoft Azure Active Directory. Then we can have access to the different cloud resources by utilizing my on-premises accounts as well. So that is the identities, and those identities are known as a hybrid identity. So when the identity is present only in the Azure Active Directory, those identities are known as a cloud identity. And once we are having the on-premises identities synchronized over to the Azure Active Directory, then those identities are known as a hybrid identity. So that is the hybrid identity related thing what we are having. And also for the authentication method, we are having three different type of authentication methods are available. The first one that is known as a password hash sync, the another one that is known as a pass-through authentication, then we are having the federated authentication in place. So if I'm talking about the password hash synchronization, in that type of authentication, whenever the user is synchronizing towards the Azure Active Directory, my apologies, in that case, the user password hash is also synchronized to the Azure Active Directory. And when any user is trying to make a login to the different Azure services, then the login authentication can be handled by the Azure Active Directory itself. Then we have a pass-through authentication. In that case, when any user is trying to access any resource over to the cloud, in that case, the authentication will be handled by the on-premises Active Directory over there. If I'm talking about the federated authentication, in that case, the Azure really hangs off the authentication process to a separate trusted authentication system, like we are having any on-premises Active Directory federation service in order to validate the username and the password. So that is the concept of the hybrid identities, as well as that is all about this lesson number 1 in here on this module. So if you guys are having any type of doubt in here, so please let me know for the same, so we can discuss those things. Otherwise, we can continue with the next lesson that is talking about the exploring the authentication capabilities of Azure Active Directory.
Yeah, Ayush, can you just quickly brief about the hybrid identity? Actually, I lost my connection in between.
Okay, no problem. So, if I'm talking about the hybrid identity, so it means that whenever we are having the identities, let me clear all the ink on the slide. So, for example, I'm having some users present in my on-premises environment, like Ram and Rahul in here. And also, I'm having few users in my Azure Active Directory like Ayush and Mayank, and those users can have able to access to the Office 365 and the different SaaS application, whatever the applications I'm running in my cloud environment. I wanted to give the access to those applications to my on-premises user, then in that case, it is not possible because my user is not present in Azure Active Directory. So for the same, what we need to do, we need to create those users again in the Azure Active Directory. So the user is have to manage two different passwords. The first one is for the on-premises Active Directory, and the other one is for Azure Active Directory. So instead of doing that, what we are doing, we are selecting or we are configuring one tool that is known as a Azure Ready Connect, and it will synchronize all on-premises accounts towards the Azure Active Directory. So it means that whenever we are having the account present only in the cloud, so those accounts are known as a cloud identity. And same if we are synchronizing that account to the Azure Active Directory, and then we are having those synchronized accounts in the Azure Active Directory, so those accounts are known as a hybrid identity. Is it okay for you?
Yeah, that is fine. Just want to know one more thing, that
Mm-hmm.
are those cloud identities will be able to access all the applications hosted on on-premise servers as well?
No. In that case, if I want to go with the same, then that thing is not possible. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. So let's just go ahead with the lesson number 2, that is talking about the multi-factor authentication in here. So if I'm talking about the different authentication method, what we are having as a part of this multi-factor authentication. So in that case, we are having the different authentication types, like we can use a password, we can use a phone-based authentication, where we are having the SMS as a primary and secondary authentication, as well as we can go ahead and use the voice as a secondary authentication method. We are having the multiple open authentication standards are available, where we can generate the code and one-time password by having the different software token and the hardware token keys like UB keys, and we are having the Microsoft Authenticator as a software token generator. Can also go ahead and make a passwordless signing towards the Azure over there. And for the same, we can use the biometric, the Microsoft Authenticator, and the FIDO2 security key as well. So if we are using only the password, then it is not recommended and it's really bad to have passwords like this guessable password. If we are using the password, along with that you are using the SMS and voice verification, then it's good. If we are using the Microsoft Authenticator, different software token for the OTP and hardware token for the OTP, then it's a better solution. And if we go with the passwordless, like we are using the Microsoft Hello, we are using the Microsoft Authenticator and the Figure to Security key, then it is the best solution to make ourselves more secure and make our identity more secure in here. That's fine. Now let's just move ahead and talk about the multi-factor authentication in here. Inside that, if I'm talking about the multi-factor authentication thing, so the multi-factor authentication requires more than one form of verification what we are having. Inside that, we are having something you know. It means that it could be your password, then something you have. It could be your OTP, what you are receiving inside your phone. You are having the authenticator application where you are generating the code. So that is going to be your authenticator app and the different OTP codes. Then the something you are, in that case, you are having your voice, your biometric data present as a part of the login over there. So these all are the different forms of multi-factor authentication what we are having. And then we are having the security default option present inside the Azure Active Directory. So that is a set of basic identity and security mechanism that is by default recommended by the Microsoft. And if you want to increase your security posture and you are not having the much knowledge available for the same, then what security default does, it will automatically apply the multi-factor authentication to the all administrative accounts what we are having inside the portal. So by default, this option is enabled on the all tenants. If you want to enable the security related things like conditional access policy, then in that case, what you need to do, you need to disable the security default first, and then after you will be able to use the conditional access policy. So let me just quickly show you that from in here, we can go ahead and configure the security default and the multi-factor authentication as well. So inside my portal here, you can see if I want to enable the multi-factor authentication for any one of my user. So simply we can go to this option that is per user MFA, and from in here we can enable the multi-factor authentication for my user. So multi-factor authentication is having three different states: disable, enable, and the enforce. So when we are not having the status enabled for the multi-factor authentication, it means that the MFA thing is disabled for the user. If I want to make enable, then we can select the user and then we can click on the enable. So once we enable the multi-factor authentication, then we can do one more thing by selecting the user. In the manage user setting, we can set up require selected user to provide the contact method again. Let me go with the save. And now if the user one is trying to make a signing to the portal, then user one must have to provide the multi-factor authentication detail first. So let me show you. I'm closing up this browser and let me open it up again. And here I'm going to make a login to the portal.azure.com with my user one. And let me enter the password for my user as well. Okay, let me use this password. Okay, now here you can see help us to protect your account, and I need to provide the multi-factor authentication detail. And here I'm going to use my mobile number for receiving the OTP code. So it is opening up the my sign in window for me. So just wait for the time the window open up. Okay, it's opening up. Now here I don't want to use the authenticator application. I want to set up a different method and I want to go with my phone. So let me select my country and region, and then I need to enter my phone number. Okay, this is not the correct one. And let me go with the next. I'm expecting one OTP code on my mobile phone. And the code is 083457. That's fine. 083457. Let me go with the next. And the phone number was registered successfully. Let me go with the next and click on the gun. And let me enter my current password. As of now, I am first time signing into the portal. Then I need to change my password. Okay. And here you can see I have signed into my portal. And let me close my browser again. And here you can see then if I'm again trying to make a login with the same account, then I need to go through with the multi-factor authentication. The reason behind is that here you can see on my administration portal where I'm managing the things. If I refresh this page, here you can see the MFA is enforced on my user one. That's fine. Let me again paste the user principal name of user 1, and then I'm going to enter the password. And then here you can see I need to verify my identity by receiving the text on my mobile phone what I have configured for the multi-factor authentication. And this time the code I am having on my mobile number, that is 119452, 119452. And when I'm verifying this one, I will be able to make a login inside that portal. So that is how we can go ahead and configure the multi-factor authentication for the user. That's okay. Apart from that, if I want to reset the password for my same user, so let me go ahead and I want to make a sign out from in here. And in that case, if I want to go ahead and I want to reset a password for my this user, then in that case you can see I need to enter the captcha, and this is 6HVQTGVD. Okay, let me go with the next. Here you can see I'm having this trouble, like we are sorry you can't reset your own password because password reset isn't properly set up for your organization. You must contact your administrator to both reset your password and check your organization detail, because the SSPR function is not enabled on my tenant, that is self-service password reset. And by enabling that feature, we are giving the people access to reset their own password. So how do we go ahead and do the same thing? So for the same, first of all, we need Azure AD Premium license with us. Then from the Azure Active Directory, we can go to this option that is a password reset. And inside the password reset, you can see it is set to the none. We can go to the selector option and we can only select the group of the users to which we want to create a SSPR or set up a SSPR, we can say. So inside the group, for example, I want to set up SSPR for my HR group. Then we can save the settings. And inside the authentication method, once I'm having these settings saved, then we can go to the authentication method. The how many number of authentication method is required to reset the password. So I want to use the mobile phone and the security question. And how many security question user have to register? 3. And how many number of question user have to answer in order to reset the question? So I'm already setting up that thing to the 3. And in the security question, you can go with the predefined security question. And if you want to create a custom one, so you can create a custom one. For example, my first custom question is department, department. Let me add it, and then we can add another question like company, and then we can add another question that is profile. Okay. Here I am clicking on this one, and for the first, second, and third question, I am having those questions available. So as of now, here you can see I'm having these 3 questions defined, and let me save the authentication method as well. And once we are with that option, then inside the registration, that how many number days before user is asked to reconfirm for their authentication information. So by default, it is set to the 180 days. That's okay. So now I have configured the self-service password reset for my HR group users. So in that case, if I'm moving ahead with my user, that is a part of my HR group, so here you can see that I am selecting my HR group user, that is my user 10. No, this one user 12. Let me copy up the user principal name for the same, and I'm going to make a login with my user 11. And here I'm opening up portal.azure.com. Let me enter the user principal name of my user 12. Then I'm going to enter the password for the same. And here I need to update the current password. And this is going to be my new password for the user 12. Okay, let me type my password again. And then here you can see the SSPR is enabled. Then it says that more information required. Let me go with the next. And then here I need to provide the answer of my security question and the phone number authentication as well. And let me go with that option where I need to enter my country and region and the phone number which I want to associate for the SSPR thing as well. And this is the code what I am having in here, that is 291427. Let me verify this is kept first, and then I need to provide the another method in order to keep my account secure by using the SSPR option. And then we can go with the security question, the department. It is going to be this one in the profile. And for the department, the answer is going to be HR, the company. Okay, HR department. For example, in the company, the name of my company is GTech, and my profile is HR manager, for example. That's okay. And let me go ahead and done with the security questions as well. And once I have done with the methods in here, what I have defined, then I will be able to reset the password for my own account user 12. Okay. Now let me go ahead and make a sign out for the user 12. And here you can see once I have signed out, let me select that user again, and I'm going through with that option, forgot my password. Then I need to enter the captcha, that is WL4 WL. And when I click on the next, then here you can see that I need to text on my mobile phone. So let me enter my mobile phone number where I want to receive the code. And once I am done with the first step of the verification, then I need to enter the specific code what I have just received, that is 507856. Let me go with the next. So once I'm done with that, then I need to enter the profile. My profile is HR manager. My company name is GTech, and my department is going to be HR department. And then I need to click on the next. So once I verified with both of the options, then here you can see that having the option available for the self-service password reset. And from in here, I can set up my new password. So this is going to be my new password for this account. And let me click on the finish. Okay, so let me type a difficult password in here. And let me go with the next. And now you can see your password has been reset. So this is how we can go ahead and work with the SSPR. Is this thing is clear to everyone? Please mark your confirmation. All right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmation in here. And if I'm moving ahead with the next slide, so that slide is talking about the SSPR. So we already seen that in which scenarios we need to use SSPR, when we need to change our password, when we need to reset our password, when the account is locked out. What are the different authentication method which we can use in the SSPR? We can go with the mobile app notification, we can go with the app code, email, mobile phone message, office phone verification or the security question, and we utilized the security question and the mobile phone in our demonstration. So it is having the capability to less the administrative task and focus on the productivity. By using the SSPR, we can increase the productivity as well. So that is the concept what we need to discuss for the SSPR, and we already having the demonstration for the same. Moving ahead and talking about the password protection and the management capabilities of Microsoft Azure Active Directory. So in that case, we are having the different global bank password lists are available in here, in which we can go ahead and see the passwords, because that is a known list for weak password, and that list is automatically updated and enforced by the Microsoft, and this is maintained by the Azure Area Identity Protection team, who analyze the security telemetry accordingly, and if it will find the data for the compromised example, then it will be blocked. So for example, if when I'm risking the password in the demonstration, then I have used this password first of all, and it says that this is a easy password to guessable. It means that that password is found in the Microsoft Global Band password list. If you wanted to go ahead, you can also go ahead and create a custom list of your bank password, and you can set up those things for the password list in here. Like if you are having any product which you don't want to utilize as a password in your organization, if you are having your locations or company specific internal terms, so you can also go ahead and combine the create the custom bank password list. And for the same, you guys are having the Azure AD Premium P1 or P2 license enabled. Then after, you guys can go ahead and create the custom bank password list. Then we are having the option for the protecting against the password spray. It means that the Azure AD password protection spray help you to defend the against password spray attack. In that case, the attacker submits a small number of known weakest password against each account of the Azure Active Directory, and then it will quickly search for the specific account and the compromised account. So in that case, the Azure AD protection efficiently block all the weak password that is likely to be used in the password spray attack. So that is the password spray attack, and also it is having the capability for the hybrid security as a password protection capability in Azure Active Directory. For the hybrid security, the administrators can integrate Azure AD password protection with on-premises Active Directory environment. In that case, a component is installed in the on-premises environment that will receive the global password list and the custom password protection policy from the Azure Active Directory. And then the domain controller use them for the password change event over there. That's okay. So that is the thing what we have to discuss in that specific lesson. Then we are moving ahead with the next lesson, that is talking about the explore the access management capabilities of Azure Active Directory. But before moving ahead with to that lesson, please let me know everyone if you are having any pending query from the lesson number 2 itself. Okay, all right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here. And inside the access management capabilities in Azure Active Directory, we are going to talk about the conditional access policies and its benefit, and also we are going to take a look on the role-based access control related thing. So let's jump up to the slide and just talk about the conditional access policy. So as per the name, we can see that if we want to set up a condition based access over there, then for the same, what we can do, we can go ahead and create the conditional access policy. And that is the feature what we are having in the Azure Active Directory that help us to provide an additional layer of security before we are allowing the authenticated user in order to access the data and the assets inside our organization. conditional access policy or the conditional access is implemented through the different type of policies that are created and managed inside the Azure Active Directory. And conditional access policy always analyze the signal. It could be including the user location, it could be including a device, it could be including an application, and the risk also in order to automate the decision for authorizing the access to the resources or the different applications or the data. So according to the signal, what we are getting inside the conditional access policy, it will allow the access to the application and the data. It will block the access to the user and the data, or also it could have the capability to block the access as well. That's fine. Give me a quick 2 minutes, guys. Okay, so accordingly, it will allow and block the access, and also if it is necessary, then it will require the multi-factor authentication, and accordingly can access the data. That's okay. So let's jump up to the portal and see that how Azure AD conditional access work. So inside my this portal here you can see if I'm trying to make a login with my user 12, I will be able to make a login very easily. But now I'm going to the default directory, and here inside the security option, I'm having one option present for the conditional access, and I'm going to create a conditional access for the user 12. If that specific user 12 is trying to log in from the India location, then the login for this user is blocked. That's okay. So here I am creating one named location first, and inside that I'm creating a country location with the name India. And same as like that, here I'm searching the country India. Let me select it, and I have created one named location which I'm going to utilize in my conditional access policy over there. That's fine. And then what we are going to do, we are going to create a conditional access policy in here. So for the same, let me go back in here, and inside the conditional access policy, I'm going to create a new one, and that is for block user 12 access for cloud apps from India location. For example, this is going to be the name of my conditional access policy, and I am selecting my selected user 12 for this demonstration. And here I have selected in the cloud application, I want to block the access for all cloud applications in here. And in the conditions, I have selected if user is tries to sign in from the specific location, and the location is going to be India. That's okay. And I want to enable this policy, and let me click on the create. Okay, and in the grant section, I am going to select one option more in here, and that is for the block access. Okay, let me go with that. And as of now, I want to turn off this policy, and I don't want to implement this policy. Why I have selected off in here? Because I have not disabled the security default. So inside the Azure Active Directory, we need to go to the properties. And if we wanted to implement the conditional access policy, then we need to disable the security default. So let me go with the no. And yes, I want to use the conditional access policy. That's why I need to disable the security default. Then after, again, I'm moving back to the security. Then inside the security, I'm selecting the conditional access policy, and inside the conditional access policy, let me turn this policy as a on, and then let me click on the save button in here. And let me refresh my page, and now here you can see I'm having this policy sticker as on. Let me refresh page again, and here you can see my policy is on. I'm going to open up my browser again, and I'm trying to make a login with the same user 12, and this is going to be the password for my user. Okay, let me enter a new password what I have resetted. And then here you can see you cannot access this right now. Why? Your sign-in was successful, but does not meet the criteria to access this resource. For example, you might be signing in from the browser, app, or location that is restricted by your admin. That's okay. I'm also sharing the same username and the password over to the chat for your reference. So you guys can use this login to test the conditional access policy on your end as well. So that is how we can work with the conditional access policy. Same as like that, if I'm moving ahead with the portal, so we are having one more concept available that is related to the role-based access control. And let me just quickly show you that what is the role-based access control. Yes, Rahul, do you have any query?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. So if I'm talking about the role-based access control, so for the same, I am going to logging in with my another user, whatever the user I'm having. So as of now, let me open up my browser again. And here I am opening up portal.azure.com, and I want to make a sign in with the user 13 as of now for this demonstration. And then let me enter the password for the same. And as of now, I'm first time signing with this user. So I need to change the password. Okay, I have enabled the multi-factor authentication or SSPR. Then I need to configure those options. So let me do one thing. I want to make a sign in with another user for the quick demonstration. So here I'm opening up the portal.azure.com. And here, let me select the user 2 and 3. Okay, let me go ahead with the user 3 and let me make a login with that user. I'm changing up the password quickly. And when I am making a login in here, then you guys can see that as of now, this user is not having any subscription. How role-based access control work? I am moving up with my administrator portal. And from in here, I'm going to select my sponsorship subscription, what I'm having. And here inside the access control IAM, identity and access management, inside the role assignment, I'm going to add a role assignment to my user 3. And what is the role assignment we are having, like owner, contributor, reader? We are having the multiple role-based access control are available. But as of now, we can discuss the 3 one, that if we are providing the adding the owner detail to the user, then user can have full access to the resource, and also the user can assign the different role to the another user in the Azure. role-based access control. If we are assigning the contributor role to the user, then user can have full access and manage the resource, but user cannot allow any other user to assign the resources on the same. They cannot share the resource with any other user. Then we have a rigger role. With the rigger role, user can view all resource but cannot make any changes. So as of now, let me go ahead and provide the rigger role to my user 03, and let me search for my user 3 in here. Let me select it and go with the review and assign. And here you can see it is having the role assignment. So once the role assignment has been done, then we can go back to the portal again, and let me refresh my page. And here you can see I'm having the rigger role active with my this subscription. So with the rigger role, if I wanted to create a resource group, then I won't be able to create a resource group, because by having the rigger role, I can only view the details over there. I cannot create anything in here. With the contributor role, I can do anything, but I cannot share the resource to any other person. And with having the role for the, I can say, like owner role, we can also do the same thing. We can create the things, and also we can share the access to the different users as well. So that is the role-based access control. And if I'm moving back to presentation, so that is the also thing what we need to discuss as a part of the role-based access control. We are having the Azure AD roles also present. So let me give you the one brief example of the Azure AD roles as well. So here you can see my this user is having the rigger role, but if my this user is moving ahead with the Azure Active Directory, and this user 3 wanted to create an user in the Azure Active Directory, then let's see what happens in here. So here you can see I'm having the new user thing present in here, but I am not having the option for the create, because if I am moving back to the default directory, and here you can see the roles and administrator. So as of now, inside the Azure Active Directory, the role is going to be for this specific user is a only user level access, and a user cannot make any changes inside the Azure Active Directory. So if I wanted to do the same thing, then what the thing I'm going to do from my administration portal in here, let me go back to the Azure Active Directory, and then inside the roles and the administrator, or with the user plate, can select the specific user 3, and inside the assigned role option, as of now you can see that there is no any role assigned to the user 3 inside the Azure Active Directory. So let me go ahead and add the assignment, and I want to assign the user administrator role to my this specific user 3. And once I have associated with that specific role, after some time we will be able to see that role has been assigned to my user 03. And with having the user administrator role enabled, user 3 can manage the users inside the Azure Active Directory. It can create a user, it can remove a user, and it can also reset the password for the limited administrative accounts over there as well. So now you can see I have assigned the user administrator role to the user. If I am moving back to my this testing portal, and here I'm refreshing up my browser, let me go to the Azure Active Directory, and then again I'm selecting the roles and the administrator option, and here you can see that I'm having the user administrator role enabled with me. And by having this role with my user 03, if I wanted to create a new user from in here, then I easily go ahead and create a new user, because I'm having the proper permissions available with me. Okay, let me do one thing. I'm going to make a quick sign out and sign in, because whenever we are making the changes into role, sometime it happen that we need to make a sign in, sign out with the portal in order to see the changes in here, or it could take some time. So I have quickly signed out from the portal and signed in once again. And then let me go to the Azure Active Directory. And from in here, let me go to the user. And inside the user, I'm going to create a new user. And from that, I am going to create a new user, like that is demo user, and the name of my this user is going to be demo. Password is auto generated. Let me go ahead and create a user. So now here you can see that I have created a new user with the user 03, that is my demo user, and shortly I will be able to see that user in the user section as well. That's fine. Let me refresh the page from the server. Here you can see I'm having my new demo user. I can also verify the same user by using the administrative portal what I am using in here. So that is the Azure AD role. The difference between the Azure AD role and the RBAC role is that by having the Azure AD role, we can only manage the thing inside the Azure Active Directory. Like we can manage the user, group, administrative unit, license, device, app registration and all. But by having the role-based access control, we can have managed the different resources what we are having present as a part of Microsoft Azure, like subscription, virtual machine, app service, storage, database, key vault. So these all are the things which we can manage by utilizing the role-based access control. So that is the difference between the Azure AD role and the role-based access control. Is this thing is clear to everyone? Please mark your confirmations over there. Okay, all right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here. And that is something what we are having present into this slide. That's fine. And that is all about the lesson number 3 in here, what we have to discuss. Now, let's jump up to the another lesson of this module that is talking about the describing the identity protection and the governance capabilities of Azure Active Directory. And inside that specific lesson, we are going to talk about the governance capabilities of Azure Active Directory. In that lesson, we are going to take a look about the identity governance, the different benefits of the privileged identity management, and we are going to take a look on the different capabilities what we are having as a part of Azure AD identity protection over there. So these all are the things which we are going to discuss in this course. Rahul, PIM is included in this course, and here you can see we are going to talk about the PIM as well, and also we are having the demonstration for the same. Okay, so don't worry about it. We are going to discuss all the things what we are having present as a part of this course. That's fine. Let's jump up to the very first concept of this lesson, what we are having, and we are going to talk about the identity governance in Azure AD. Okay, so let's jump up in here and discuss the thing related to the identity governance in here. Okay, so first of all, you can see what are the tasks is going to be handled by the Azure AD governance. So it will govern the identity of life cycle, and also it will govern the access life cycle. It is providing us the secure privileged access for the administration as well. So when we are planning for the identity lifecycle management for the employees, for an example, inside the organization, we are having the different models. rank like join, move, leave, process available. So first of all, when user is joining to the organization, then we are creating an identity for the same. Then accordingly, the user is moving onto their job role. Then accordingly, we are setting up the permissions and the access levels for that specific user. Then once the user is having the retire option, then user is leaving the organization, then we are setting up the no access for that specific user again. And also we are removing that user from our resource as well. So that is something which is known as a access life cycle in here. That's okay. For the same, if I are talking about the different entitlement management related things, so the entitlement management is something that is an identity governance feature what we are having as a part of Azure Active Directory that will help the organizations to manage the identities and their life cycle at a single scale. So for the same, we are having the different options are present. Like we can go ahead and configure the access review, we can go ahead and set up the terms of use for the same, and also by having the entity management we can set up that users may not know what access they should have, and even if they do they might have difficulty to locating the right individual to approve it. So also entitlement management is a very good thing is in here. If I'm talking about the access review in here, so the Azure AD Access Review help the organization to manage the group membership, to manage the enterprise application, role assignment, and regular access reviews can ensure that only the right people is having the right access to the resources and the roles over there. You can use the access review to review both manage access for the users and for the guest over there. That's fine. Then we are having the option for the access review, and also we can say that in which scenarios, in which conditions the access reviews are helpful. So when you have too many users in the privileged role such as global administrator in here, then you can go ahead and set up the access review so users can review and accordingly remove their access, and you can also review the things and remove the access accordingly. Also, when you are having the automation that is not possible, such as HR data is not present in the Azure Active Directory, when you want to control the critical business data access, so accordingly you can go ahead and utilize the access review for the same. You can go ahead and create the access review through the Azure Active Directory access review, and then you can manage that access review to manage the access for the users and the guests as I discussed. Then if I'm talking about the Azure AD terms of use, so that is something that is used to allow the information to be presented to the user when they are accessing any data or application. The terms of use ensure the user read the relevant disclaimer for the legal or compliance requirement, and then after the employees or guest can be required to accept the terms of use in the following situations what we are having before they are accessing the sensitive data or an application, or they are recurring schedule, they are reminder of the regulations, when the terms of use required in the different language based on the user attributes such as applicable to the certain rule. So in that case, we can go ahead and utilize the terms of use. The terms of use are presented in a PDF format by using the content what we have created, such as any existing contract document, and terms of use can also present it to user on the mobile devices. Also, you can go ahead and implement the conditional access policy with the terms of use statement in order to display and ensure that user has agreed to those terms before accessing the specific application. And admin can view that who has agreed to the term and who has declined to access to accept the terms of use what we are having. These all are the things what we are having as a part of identity governance in here. And from in here, we can manage those things. So from the Azure Active Directory, if we go to the Azure Active Directory, then we can go ahead to the identity governance option. And from in here, we can manage the access review from in here. And also we can configure the terms of use option from in here. That's okay. And based on that, we are having a separate course for the identity administration, SC-300, where we are having all the things into the very deep manner. As of now, this is a foundational level course that we are only having the information about those concepts what we are having. Also, we are having the PIM present as a part of the identity governance in here. And as of now, this is the time for a lunch break in here. So we are taking a quick lunch break in here, and we will meet after lunch break after 1 hour. And then we will be distributing the Azure passes, what you guys can utilize to do some lab hands-on practical with you. So once we are coming back from the lunch, then you guys are having your Azure passes with you, which you can activate and start utilizing the same for your hands-on lab practical. So till the time, enjoy your food, guys, and we'll see you back after the lunch break. Hi everyone, and once again, welcome back in the session after the lunch break in here. So please mark your presence in the session so we can continue with the rest of the module. And also, please check your personal chat as your pass promo code is shared with all of you. And if you guys are having any missing detail with the Azure passcode, so you can message to the Shivam Shukla, my co-host, joining in the session, and he will help you up on the same. Also, I am sharing the feedback link for the training what we are having for SC-900. So please provide your valuable feedback so that will help us to make better sessions in the future for you all. So please provide your valuable feedback, and this is a quick 10-minute activity. So I'm assigning the 10 minutes for the same. Please complete with the feedback form and let me know once you all are done with that. So we can go ahead and continue with the rest of the content what we are having for the SC-900 in here. Okay, so thank you for your feedbacks in here, and I hope you all guys are done with that. And now we are going to start our session once again with the next concept, what we are going to discuss in here. And that concept is known as a privileged identity management in here. So let's take have a look what is the privileged identity management and how do we go ahead and work into it. So first of all, if I'm talking about the privileged identity management, so that is a service what we are having in the Azure Active Directory that enables you to manage and control and monitor the access to the important resources what we are having inside our organization. And this also include the resources in Azure Active Directory and other different Microsoft Online services like Microsoft 365 or Microsoft Intune as well. PIM mitigates the risk of the excessive and unnecessary misused access permission. It always requires the justification to understand why user want the specific permission, and it also force the multi-factor authentication if any role is activated by the user. So the PIM is providing the just-in-time access. Let me go back in here. It is providing the just-in-time privileged access only whenever is needed, not before than that. It is also having the time-bounded thing by assigning the start and the end date while we are configuring the PIM for the specific resources which we want to assign to the user. We are also having the approval based and requiring the approval to activate the privileges for the same. We are also having the visible sending notification thing available when the privileged roles are activated, and we are having the auditable feature available in which that we can see that after activating the role, what are the changes is going to be managed by the things in here. The important thing is that privileged identity management is a feature of Azure Active Directory Premium P2 license. So if you are having that license configured with you, then you can go ahead and implement the privileged identity management as well. As well as when the question comes of why we need to use the privileged identity management, so that is the something which reduces the chance of malicious actor getting access by minimizing the number of people who access the secure environment or in secure information, sorry, or the resources by the time limiting authorized users. It also reduces the risk of an authorized user affecting the sensitive resources, and PIM also provides the oversight for what users are doing with their administrator privileges over there. So let's jump up to the portal and take a look at what are the things which we are having as a part of the privileged identity management in here. So let me quickly open up my portal for you all. Inside my this portal, here you can see inside the Azure Active Directory, I am moving ahead with the identity governance option. And inside the identity governance option, we are having one section available for the privileged identity management. And from in here, we can go ahead and configure the PIM for the Azure AD role, as well as we can configure the PIM for the Azure resources as well if we want. That's fine. So now I am moving ahead, and as of now I'm trying to set up the Azure AD role for the privileged identity assignment. So in that case, first of all, I'm going here and let me go with the specific option inside the Azure AD role. Like I want to go with the manage access. That's fine. And inside the manage access, I'm going to assign a new role assignment. And this time I want to assign the user administrator role to my user 4 in here. So once I have selected that, then inside my directory, I'm going to select the member, and the member is going to be the user 4 this time. Okay, let me select this user. And once I'm having this user in place, let me go with the next. And then here you can see I can make this user eligible, and this is going to be the start date and the end date for the assignment. I can change it as a case. Let me make it for 1 day only. And then I can go ahead and make the changes into the date in here. So let me do one thing, and here I can type the 10, and then inside that we can set it up to the 22. Okay, and let me click on the assign. And now here you can see that the specific role is assigning to the specific member. If I am moving back to my Azure Active Directory after refreshing up the page in here, so let me go back to the Azure Active Directory. And then inside the Azure Active Directory, if I'm opening up the users in here, then inside that user section, I am having my user 4 in place. Let me select that, and inside the assigned role, we can see that one eligible assignment is available for my this specific user 04, because we have activated it by using the PIM in here. That's okay. And inside the active assignment, there is no any active assignment available for this user. So let me go back to the user plague, and I'm copying up the user principal name for the user 4, and I'm going to make a login to the portal with that specific user. So let me open up the portal in here, and then I'm going to make a login for the same. So this is the URL, like it's portal.azure.com. And then here you can see in the email option, I'm anchoring up the user principal name for the user 04. And this is going to be the password for my user. And as of now, I'm first time logging in with the password. So I need to change the specific password for the user as well. That's fine. Let me do the same. And once I click on the sign in, then my this user is logging into the Azure portal. I don't want to stay signed in as of now. And from in here, you can see if this user goes to the Azure Active Directory, and this user is trying to do anything in the users in Azure Active Directory, then user will not able to do the same thing. What is the reason behind that? Because as of now, the user 4 is only having the user role enabled with that, and by having the user role, a user cannot make any changes into the same. So for activating the specific role, what this user does, this user can go to the identity governance option. Then from in that specific area, the user can go to the specific option for the Azure AD role. And from in here, they can select this option, activate just-in-time access. So once I click on the manage thing in here and activate just in time access, then here you can see that I'm having the activate option in place, so I can go ahead and activate my role, and it is validating my request first of all, and it says that for how many time I want to activate my role, and I need to provide the additional verification if I wanted to configure the PIM role to that user. So here I'm moving ahead and providing the multi-factor authentication detail for my user for first, and then after I will be able to activate the privileged identity role to that specific user. So here I'm using my phone for the MFA, and this is going to be the my country region. And in this number, I wanted to check the one-time password for the confirmation, and I'm expecting one code in my phone. Okay then, and the code is going to be 168722. So this is the code. So let me enter the code in here. 167822. Okay, that is 67. 168722, and let me go with the next. And now here you can see my authentication was successful. My verification was successful, I can say. And then I am again signed in with my user 04, and I will be redirected to the same PIM portal where I am. And then here you can see, and then here you can see that for how much time we want to activate the specific role, we need to provide the region. So as of now, I'm doing the same by using the demonstration in here, and then just click on the activate. So once I have activated the thing, then in the stage you can see it is processing the request and activating the role, and then it is validating that role activation is successful. And once the activation is completed, then my portal is refreshed, and now I'm having the user administrator role enabled on my user 04. So that is the way how do we go ahead and activate the privileged identity management role for ourselves. And then from this user 4, if I'm going to see my role, what I'm currently having onto that user, so it should be user administrator, and which we can verify from the roles and the administrator pane in Azure Active Directory. And here my role is going to be user administrator because I have just configured and activated the PIM role which is eligible for me. That's fine. Now, if I'm again moving back to my user section in here, then inside that, I can go ahead and create a new user because I'm having that role enabled with me. That's fine. So this is the privileged identity management, what we need to discuss in here. Then moving ahead with the next concept in here, that is talking about the Azure AD identity protection in here. So that is a tool that allow the organizations to complete the different tasks like automate the detection and the remediation of identity-based risk what we are having. It will investigate the risk by using the data what we are having in the portal, It can also export the risk detection to the data and to the third-party utilities as well for the further analytics. So as of now, the Microsoft analyzes 6.5 trillion signals per day to identify the potential threats in here, and these signals come from the learning Microsoft has acquired from their position in organization with the Azure Active Directory, and the consumer space with the Microsoft accounts, and the gaming with Xbox. So the signals generated by these services are fed to the identity protection. So they can be used by tool as conditional access, which uses the identity protection signal to make the access decision, and these signals are also fed to security information and event management tools such as Microsoft Sentinel for the further investigation in here. And identity protection always categorize the risk into the three different tiers what we are having, like low tier, medium tier, and the high tier. And as well as it is having the ability to calculate the sign-in risk and the user risk over there. And it provides the organization with three different type of report over there. It is having the risky user report, risky sign-in, and the risk detection report available in that case. So that is the thing what we are having as a part of the different reports as a part of Azure Identity Protection. And that is all about this module as well. In this module, we talked about the Azure Active Directory and its services with the different identity types that are supported by the Azure Active Directory. We explored the multiple authentication capabilities of Azure Active Directory and multi-factor authentication. We explored the access management capabilities of Azure AD with the conditional access in and Azure AD role-based access control. We talked about the different identity protection and governance capabilities what we are having as a part of Azure Active Directory. And also, we talked about the privileged identity management, entitlement management, and the access reviews as well. We learned about the capabilities of Azure AD identity protection as well. So that is all about this module in here. Before moving ahead with the third module of this SC-900 session, please let me know everyone if you guys are having any pending questions from the things what we have done so far in this training session. So if you are having any pending query, just let me know. I'm really happy to answer all of them. And then after we will be moving ahead with the specific module what we are having, and that is called describe the capabilities of Microsoft security solutions in here. So in this module, we are having four different lessons are aligned as a part of this module. And in this module, we are having the lessons according to the describe basic security capabilities in Azure. Then we are having a lesson for describe the security management capabilities of the Azure. Then we are talking about describe the security capabilities of Microsoft Sentinel. We are having the threat protection capabilities available the Microsoft 365 Defender. So these all are the things what we have to discuss in that specific module. So let's get started with the very first concept of this lesson that is talking about describing the basic security capabilities in Azure. So after completing this lesson, we will be able to see the describe different Azure security capabilities for protecting our network. We will going to see that how do we go ahead and protect our Azure virtual machines, and how we can use the encryption in order to protect your data in the Microsoft Azure. So first of all, if I'm talking about the DDoS protection in here, so we are having this service present as a part of the Microsoft Azure. And we are having this option available. So if I'm talking about the distributed denial of service attack, so that type of attack is used to overwhelm the resource on your application and the server, and also it is making them unresponsive or slow for the genuine user. So a DDoS attack will usually target any public facing point that can be accessed through the internet. And there are most popular ways for the distributed denial of service attack are like we are having the volumetric attack, and these are all the volume based attack that flood the network with seemingly legitimate traffic, and it will overwhelming the available bandwidth. Then we are having a protocol attack, and that is the attack that will render inaccessible by exhausting the server resources with false protocol requests, and that exploit weakness in the network layer and the transport layer protocol. And these type of attack are typically measured in packets per second. And we are having a resource that is application layer attack, and that is used to target the web application packet to disrupt the transmission between the data and the host. So as of now, if I'm talking about the Azure DDoS protection, so that is a service that is designed to help us to protect our application and servers by analyzing the Azure traffic and also discarding anything that looks like a DDoS attack in here. So in this diagram, you can see that we are having the workload present into the Microsoft Azure, and it is having inside the virtual network, and we are having the legitimate traffic from our customers, as well as we are also having the traffic from the attacker as well. And when we have the Azure DDoS implemented in between the customer and the Azure, then what it does is only allowing the legitimate traffic to the resources, and all the DDoS signals are blocked by the Azure DDoS protection. So it will analyze the network traffic, and also it discard the traffic that is look like the DDoS attack. So we are having two different DDoS protection tiers are present in the line. The first one that is a basic protection for the same, and we can say that the DDoS infrastructure protection free default tier, and the another one that is DDoS protection standard that is available as KU. So in the basic server, this tier is automatically enabled for every property in Azure without any extra cost as a part of the Azure platform. It always on for the traffic monitoring and real-time mitigation of the common network level attack, and it will also provide the same defense that Microsoft Online Services uses. Azure's global network is used to distribute and mitigate the attack traffic across the region. Then if I'm talking about the standard one, so that is the service tier provide the extra mitigation capability that are tuned specifically to Microsoft Azure Virtual Network Resource, and DDoS protection standard is simple to enable that require no application changes, and protection policy that are tuned through the dedicated traffic monitoring and machine learning algorithm. Policies are applied towards the public IP address, which are associated with the resources those are deployed in the virtual network, such as Azure Load Balancer and the application gateway. I'm talking about the pricing related thing. So the Azure DDoS standard protection is service that is having a fixed monthly charge, and that charge includes the protection for 100 resources, and protection for additional resources will be charged on a monthly per resource basis. And for the more information, you guys can visit the Azure DDoS protection pricing page in here. And also we can use the Azure DDoS to enable to protect our devices and application by analyzing the traffic across the network and taking the appropriate action for the suspicious traffic. So that is the thing what we have to discuss as a part of the Azure DDoS protection. Now moving ahead and then talking about the next concept what we are having, that is known as a Azure firewall. So Azure Firewall is a managed cloud-based service, a network security service we can say, that help us protect our virtual network resources from the attackers. We can deploy the Azure Firewall on any network, but the best approach is that to use the Azure Firewall because we are using it on the centralized thing on the virtual network. So here you can see that we are having the different virtual machines, then we are having the Azure Firewall, and we are having all the traffic coming up towards our machine by using the Azure Firewall in here. So with the Azure Firewall, we can scale up the uses to accommodate the changing traffic flows. So you don't need to budget for peak traffic. Inside the network traffic that is subjected to the configured firewall rule when you route it to the firewall as a subset of a default gateway. If I'm talking about the different key features of the firewall, so it comes with the many features but not limiting to the specific feature. So it is having the built-in high availability and availability zones available. So as I said that Azure Firewall is a managed service from the Microsoft Azure. So it is having the built-in high availability and we don't want to configure anything, and we can also configure the Azure Firewall into the multiple availability zone for increase the availability of the Azure Firewall. It is also having the threat intelligence thing available, and that is the threat intelligence based filtering that can be enabled for your Azure Firewall to alert and deny the traffic from to known malicious IP addresses and the domains what you are having. Also, we are having the integration option present for the Azure Monitor, and it will enable you to collecting the analysis and log by acting the telemetry for the Azure Firewall log. That's fine. So let's jump up to the portal and see that how do we go ahead and configure the Azure Firewall in here. That's okay. So let's jump up to the portal and then we are going to see about the things what we are having related to the Azure Firewall. That's okay. So here I'm on my portal, and inside my portal, if I'm opening it up, I'm going to create a new virtual machine onto my this account that is my SC class tech, and here I'm going to create a new virtual machine without having the public IP address enabling to it. That's okay. So here I'm going to set up a new resource group, and this is going to be the SC-900 session RG, and that's okay. Let me type the name of my VM that is going to be my firewall VM, and inside that I don't want to make it infrastructure redundant. I want to utilize Windows 10 Pro as an operating system with 2 virtual CPU and 8 GB of RAM. Then here I'm putting up my username and the password what I want to use to make a login inside the virtual machine. Let me confirm the same password in here, and I want to allow the port HTTP and HTTPS, and inside the licensing let me go with that, and here I am moving with the networking option, and then let me go with the option where I don't want to use the public IP in the VM. I set it to the none and go for the review and create. It is validating all the options what I have selected for the VM configuration, and once the everything is validated, then I will be able to create a new virtual machine in here. Okay, so validation is passed. Let me go ahead and click on the create, and I'm expecting a new virtual machine on the portal just in 2 or 3 minutes. So we just have to wait till the time we are having the virtual machine in place. So it is submitting the deployment. Okay, it is deploying the virtual machine, so just wait for the few moments in here. Okay, so now here you can see that I'm having my virtual machine in place and I don't have any public IP address enabled on my this virtual machine. And if I'm trying to connect this virtual machine by using the RDP session, then it says that the IP address prerequisite is not met. If you want to take a remote session, then you need to add a public IP address to the VM's network interface. That's okay. I'm okay with that thing. And then I'm going to the virtual network in which I'm having this specific virtual machine. That is my SC-900 session RG VNet. And then in this virtual network, I want to create one new subnet, and the subnet name should be Azure Firewall Subnet. So that is the important thing, that the name should be the same. That is Azure Firewall Subnet, and this is the range. And let me go with the okay. I want to set it up with the 26 as a CIDR value for the subnet address range. Okay, so now you can see that I'm having the Azure Firewall subnet in place, and then I'm going to search for the firewall, and then I'm going to create a new firewall in here. So let me go ahead and open up a firewall, and I wanted to create a new firewall in here. And I want to deploy my firewall in the SC900 session RG. Name of my firewall is going to be GTL Firewall, and I want to deploy it into the East US without the availability. And then I want to go with the premium one inside the firewall policy. Let me set the policy name. So this is my GTL firewall policy, what I want to create. And then in the virtual network, I want to use the existing one. And here I can select the virtual network, what I am having. Then I need to set up the public IP of the firewall. So this is going to be the public IP of my firewall in here. That's fine. Let me go with the OK. And then here I am going with the review and create. It is validating all the settings what we have selected for deploying the firewall. And once I am done with that, so let's just make click on the create in here. And now it is initiating the deployment, and in a few moments we are having the firewall is in place. Okay, so this one is deploying the firewall. Okay, so it is deploying the firewall, and till the time it is deploying the firewall, let's jump up to the presentation and discuss the next concept what is having as Azure Web Application Firewall. So if I'm talking about the web application firewall in here, so web application firewall is nothing that is the tool, what is we can say the service that will provide a centralized protection for your web application from the common exploit and vulnerabilities. And a centralized web application firewall help you to make security management simpler. It will improve the response time to a security threat and allow the patching a known vulnerability in one place. Instead of securing the each web application, the web application firewalls also give the application administrator the better assurance of protection against the different threats what we are having and the inclusions what we are having. That's okay. And if we want to deploy the web application firewall, can be deployed with the Azure Application Gateway. It can be deployed with Azure Front Door. It can be deployed with the Azure Content Delivery Network services from Microsoft Azure. And Web Application Firewall has features that customized for each specific service what we are having. That's okay. So that is the Azure Application Firewall in here. Let's go back to the portal and see the deployment of my firewall. So it still is in progress. So the deployment of the firewall could take some time. Till the time, let's just discuss the network segmentation in Azure VNet. So if we want to segment the network, so what are the regions for we need to segment the network? So if we want to group related assets, for example, inside my one region we are having a specific group assets are available. Then inside my another virtual network, I am having the another set of assets are available. So for the same, we can go ahead and do the network segmentation. Apart from that, if we wanted to set up a isolation of the resources, so for the same case, we can go ahead and do the segmentation in the Azure VNet. We can set up the different governance policy and we can set it by the organization, as well as inside the Azure virtual network we are having the different network level containment for the resources with no traffic allowed across the VNet or inbound to the VNet in that case. Are also having the communication links are available to be explicitly provisioned if we wanted to set up the network segmentation. And we can also go ahead and control like how resource in a virtual network can communicate with the other resources what we are having in the internet or in the on-premises network. So that is the different network segmentation scenarios what we are having. And here you can see deployment of the firewall is still is in progress. That's fine. Let's move ahead with the next concept what we are having. And this concept is known as a network security group. If I'm talking about the network security group, so network security group is something what we are having as a part of our virtual machine, and we can place it into the NIC interface, or we can also place the network security group in the subnet over there. So the network security group is allowing or denying the network traffic from the existing Azure resources what we are having inside our virtual network, and it is having the inbound and outbound security rule. And inside the NSG inbound and NSG outbound rule, we are having the different properties available, that we are having the name available for the rule, we are having the protocol, we are having the priority, we are having the direction, we are having the action, are having the source or destination present, we are having the port range and the action. So these all are the different things what we are having. And here we can see the default inbound rule with the label deny all inbound. So it says that priority is 6500 and source is any IP, and these are the source port, this is the destination, this is the destination port, and any protocol and any access is denied over there. That's okay. Here you can see we can implement the network security group at the network interface level, or also we can set up the network security group on the subnet level as well. That's okay. So that is some information which is related to the network security group. And we can also come back to that thing in the portal, and then we can see like how network security group work. But before that, we are working with the Azure firewall, so we can complete that specific practical. That's okay. Okay. If I'm talking about the Azure firewall in here, so I'm having this deployment text gun, and then I want to implement the Azure firewall, and I want to create a DNAC rule. And by using that specific rule, I'm going to utilize the public IP address of my firewall in order to access the Azure portal. That's fine. And let me go to the firewall manager, and from in here I want to access the firewall manager. And inside my firewall manager I'm having one firewall policy available what I have created, and that is my GTL firewall policy, and this is associated with my virtual network. Let me open this policy up, and I can go to the GNAC rule, and inside the GNAC rule, I'm going to add a rule collection. And for creating that specific rule, I need few information. So let me sign into my account, and then I'm opening up the duplicate page of this section. And here I need to go to the firewall. So I need two different details in here. First of all, I need to see the public IP address of my firewall. So in that case, I'm moving ahead with the public IP configuration. And here I can see the public IP address of my firewall. And then I need to see the private IP address of my virtual machine, which is going to be assigned on my firewall VM. Sorry, private IP address on the VM. So this is the private IP address of my VM. And this is going to be the public IP address of my virtual machine firewall. It is loading up. Let me refresh the page. Okay, it is loading. That's fine. I should see it in here. And this is my firewall public IP if I wanted to see. Okay, so this is the public IP address of my firewall. Let me copy this one first, and inside my rule collection rule, let me type this is going to be my rule 01, and the rule collection type is Clean Act. 100 is going to be the priority. In the rule name, let me type RDP allow, and from the any IP address, and the protocol I have selected is all of them with the port number 3500. And in the destination IP address, let me type the IP address of my firewall, and then the address is translated to the private IP address of my virtual machine, and this is going to be 10.0.0.4. And here I'm typing up 10.0.0.4, and the translated port number is going to be 3389. And let me add this rule. So once we are having this rule collection is in place, then we will be able to use the public IP address of our firewall in order to access the virtual machine what I have created without public IP address, that is firewall VM. That's okay. So let's see the things once we are done with the rule update process in here. Okay, so it is adding the rule collection in here. And once we have this rule in place, then we can go ahead and test our configuration, what we have configured in the Azure firewall. That's fine. Okay, it is configuring the rule, so we need to wait till the time it is adding the rule collection. So let's just wait for the time, and then we can go ahead with the practical. Okay, so now we are having this rule collection in place. Let me copy the public IP address of my firewall and I'm opening up the remote connection manager, and this is going to be the public IP address of my firewall along with the port number 3500. And now here you can see it is asking me for the username and password. Let me put up the username and password what I have created for my firewall VM, and I'm trying to access the virtual machine in here. And then here you can see I can have access to my machine, the firewall VM, by utilizing the public IP address of my firewall. So this is how we can go ahead and utilize the Azure firewall in here. Also, once I am done with that, let me go with the accept in here, and let me verify the host name onto the VM to verify the practical in here. So for the same, I'm opening up the CMD, and here let me type the host name, and you can see this is my firewall VM. So I have connected with my VM by utilizing the firewall. So that is the one thing. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the network security group, so for the same, here you can see I'm having this specific thing available. Okay. And I'm going to create a new virtual machine once again. And this time I also wanted to create a Windows 10 virtual machine. And here you can see I want to set it up into the SC-900 session RG. The name of my virtual machine is going to be Azure VM. Okay. And or what else I can type? I can type the NSG virtual machine. And this time I wanted to deploy it into the East US region with the Windows 10 Pro operating system. This is going to be the username of my virtual machine, and this is going to be the password of my virtual machine. Let me confirm the same. In the port, I'm only selecting the RDP in here, or let me select the RDP. That's fine. And let me go with the review and create. And I don't want to make any changes into it. So once the validation gets done, then I will start the deployment for this virtual machine as well. As well as till the time this virtual machine is creating, let me go ahead and create one more virtual machine for any other practical what I wanted to show to you. So here I want to create that VM also in the same resource group, and the name of my VM is going to be Bastion VM. And then inside that, let me go ahead and select the Windows 10 Pro as the operating system. And in the username, I want to use this name as a username. And this is going to be the password for the same. Okay. Then I want to go with the next. In the networking option, I don't want to associate the public IP address inside my Bastion VM. Then let me go with the review and create. And I'm going to create a new Bastion VM virtual machine as well. And in the basic, let me select the licensing option, sorry. And then let me go with the review and create. So the validation gets passed. Let me click on the create and it will create one new virtual machine for me. And then here you can see the deployment of my this VM is completed. Let me quickly connect with that specific VM that is going to be my NSG VM. Okay, I am opening this up. Then it is asking me for the user credentials. So I need to enter my user credentials, what I have set up for this NSG VM. Okay, let me go with the yes. And now inside my this NSG VM, I am going to set up the IIS service, and then I'm trying to access that I will be able to access that web service or not. That's fine. So it is opening up. Okay, so now here you can see that we are having this accept thing. Let me accept it, and I am going to make a login to my virtual machine. That's fine. Then here, what the next thing I'm going to do, let me open up the optional features in here. Optional features. And from the optional features in here, I want to enable the IIS service onto this specific machine. So let me select the Internet Information Service and click on the OK, and it will configure the IIS service onto this web NSG VM. Then I can use this VM as a web server. And once it has been done with the changes deployment, let me open up my browser and let me see the IP address, private IP address of my VM as well. So let me check the IP config, and 10005 is the private IP address. I don't want to sync my data, continue with the browsing. And here, if I am opening up the local local host, then you can see that I will be able to see the default IIS page if the installation is completed. Okay, it is in progress, so we have to wait for some time till the time this process is going to be completed. Okay, and Windows has completed the requested changes, and then I can go to my browser and let me type the local host, and then here you can see I will be able to see this default site. Also, if I'm opening up 10.0.0.5, then I will be able to see the same thing in here. But if I am moving back to the my portal and then I am copying up the public IP address of my NSG VM and I'm pasting this thing up into the my browser, then I will not be able to see the same page. What is the reason behind that? The reason behind this thing is that if I'm moving ahead with the networking section, so in this networking section, you can see in the inbound port rule, I don't have any HTTP or HTTPS rule enabled. That's why I won't be able to access the website what I have configured into the NSGVM. So if I wanted to do the same, then I need to add a inbound port rule, and this is for the source as any. I don't want to use any source port range. The destination could be any. Inside the service, I want to use HTTP and I want to allow that traffic. Let me go ahead and add it. As like that, if you are working with the secure connection and you want to allow the HTTPS so far, so you can go ahead and select the HTTPS, but in that case, you need to change the priority and then you need to click on the add button. So now you can see that you are having two different rules in place in the network security group. And be remember, whenever you are updating the rules inside the network security group, it could take some time to show the changes and reflect the changes in here. So I have copied the public IP address of my VM. Let me paste that IP address into this web browser and I want to open it up. Then you can see that I can have access to the default web page what I have created inside the NSG VM. So that is the demonstration for the network security group. Also, if I am moving ahead and you also see that I have created one machine without having the public IP address enabled, and without having the public IP address we cannot have the access to the virtual machine because the private IP is not routable over to the internet. So for the same, what we can do, we can use one service that is known as a Azure Bastion, and that is a service which we can deploy, and that will help us to connect the virtual machine using the web browser session in the Azure portal instead of we are using the RDP session. So how do we go ahead and deploy the Azure Bastion? So we can just select the connect, and inside the connect we are having that option for the Bastion. Let me click onto that option, and then we are having two different options are present for deploying the Azure Bastion. Either we can go with the manual configuration, or what else we can do, we can go with the default configuration. So as of now, I am going through with the default configuration, and it could take some time. And once we are having the Bastion deployed in place, then we can go ahead and select our or connect our virtual machine without having the public IP address enabled into it. That's fine. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the Azure Bastion is here, so that is something which provide us the secure and seamless RDP and SSH connectivity towards our virtual machine directly from the Azure portal by using the TLS security. So when we are connecting via Azure Bastion, our virtual machine don't need a public IP address, agent, or any special client software. The Azure Bastion service is fully platform managed service from the Microsoft Azure. That's okay. And also the Azure Bastion is secure RDP and SS connectivity to all the VM inside the specific virtual network and the peered virtual network in which it is going to be provisioned. And by using the Azure Bastion, we can protect our virtual machine from exposing the RDP and SSH ports outside the world, while we can still providing the secure access by using the RDP and SSH if it is required. That's fine. The time the Azure Bastion is deploying, let's come back to the presentation and see what are the things we are having inside it. So we already had a demonstration related to the network security groups, and also we talked about the network security group and Azure Bastion as well. So we can secure the remote connection for the Azure virtual machines by using the Azure Bastion and the just-in-time access in here. So we talked about the Azure Bastion, and if I'm talking about the just-in-time access, so in that case, we can set up that when we wanted to access the specific virtual machine in here. That's fine. Now, moving ahead and talking about the next thing, that what are the different ways what we are having inside the Microsoft Azure, what we can use in order to encrypt the data and use the key vault. So if we want to talk about the encryption in the Microsoft Azure, so in that case, we are having the different way in order to secure our data. That is depending on the service which we are using in here. So we are having the Azure Storage Service Encryption that will help us to protect the data at risk by automatically encrypting and before persisting it to the Azure Managed Disk, Azure Blob Storage, Azure File, Azure Queue Storage, and decrypt the data before the retrieval. Then we are having the option for the encryption that is known as a Azure Disk Encryption in here. So if I'm talking about the Azure Disk Encryption, so that can help us to encrypt the Windows and Linux infrastructure as a service virtual machine disk. Azure Disk Encryption also uses the industry standard BitLocker feature of Windows and the DMCrypt feature of Linux to provide the volume encryption or the OS and the data disk over there. Then we are having the transparent data encryption thing is in here that will help to protect our Azure SQL is equal database and Azure Data Warehouse against the threat of different malicious activity. It performs the real-time encryption and decryption of the database that is associated with the backup, and it is having the transaction log files at rest without requiring the changes to the specific application. Then, if I'm talking about the Key Vault, so Key Vault is a centralized managed cloud service that will help us to storing our application secret. Key Vault also helps us to control the application secret by keeping them inside a central location, and also we can provide the secure access, permission control, and access logging capabilities for the same. So inside the Azure Key Vault, we are having the option for the secret management. The secret management is something which you can use in the key vault to store securely and tightly the control access to the tokens, passwords, certificates, application programming interface keys, and the other secrets. Then we are having a key management option present in the Azure Key Vault, and we can use this one as a key management solution. And Key Vault always makes it easier to create and control the encryption keys and use to encrypt your data. Then we are having a certificate management option present inside the Azure Key Vault, and that is the option will help you to provision, manage, and deploy the public and private SSL and TLS certificates for Azure and internally collected resources more easily. Then we are having the stored secret backed by the hardware or software security modules option present. In that case, the secrets and the keys can be protected either by the software by FIPS 142 level or to variegated HSM. So we are having the different ways in which we can encrypt the data in the Azure, and also we can set up the location for that data. So that is all about the lesson number 1 in the module 3. Please let me know everyone if you guys are having any query related to the lesson number 1, what we are discussed so far in the session. And let's jump up to the portal and see the status of our Azure Bastion deployment. So as of now, it is deploying the Azure Bastion. That's okay. So it could take some time if I'm opening up my resource group in which I'm having this deployment. So in the deployment section, we can say that how much time it is already having. So it used and it is having 6 minutes 33 seconds, 6 minutes and 41 seconds before the deployment is started, and still it is in the deployment process. That's okay. So once the deployment gets done, then we will be go ahead and test our configuration with the Azure Bastion. Till the time, let's jump back to the presentation, and then it is talking about the another thing what we are having into it, and that is talking about the different security capabilities in Azure in here. And in this lesson, we are going to talk about the cloud security posture management. We are going to talk about the Defender for Cloud, and we are going to take a look to the security benchmark and the security baseline in Microsoft Azure in here. So let's jump up to the very first concept what we are having as a part of this lesson, that is talking about the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So if I'm talking about the Microsoft Defender for Cloud, so that is a, a tool what we can use in order to maintain the security posture management of our organization, and also it is giving us the threat protection capability. It secure our workload with the different running. It secures our workload with the running in Azure. If you are having your workload present in the Azure, you can protect your resources by using or workload by using the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. If you are having your resources present in the on-premises, and you can also utilize the Microsoft Defender for Cloud for protecting those resources. You can also protect the resources if those resources are running in the other cloud platform like AWS and the Google. So if I'm talking about the two broader pillars for the cloud security, so first of all, we are having the CSPM, that is known as a Cloud Security Posture Management, and the next one that is Cloud Workload Protection. So the CSPM something which is uses the combination of the different tools and services in order to improve the security management. It is having the zero trust based access control that is considered the active threat level during the access control decision. Then we are having the real-time risk score in order to provide the visibility into top risk. We are having a threat and vulnerability management that will establish a holistic view of the organization's attack surface and risk and integrates it into the operations and engineering decision making thing. Then we are having the discover sharing risk, and in that case we can understand the data exposure of enterprise intellectual property on sanctioned and unsanctioned cloud applications. Then we are having the technical policy that will apply the guardrail to audit and enforce the organization's standard and policy to the technical system. Then if I'm talking about the CSPM in here, so in that case, we are having the monitoring and prioritize security enhancement features available in your cloud. We are having the secure score in the Microsoft Defender for Cloud that will provide us the visibility for the current security situation and gives us the guidance to improve the security for ourselves. That's fine. If I'm talking about the cloud protection workload, So we can go through with the cloud workload protection capability, and this is something which is able to detect and resolve the threats to resources, workload, and the services in the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. It is also including a range of advanced intelligent protection for your workload over there, so that the workload protection is something that are provided through the Microsoft Defender plans for a specific type of resources inside your subscription. Like we are having the Microsoft Defender for servers, that will giving us the protection for our Windows and Linux machines. We are having the Defender for app service that will identify attack and targeting the application that is running over the app service. We are having the Microsoft Defender for storage. It will detect and potential harmful activity on your Azure storage account. We are having the Microsoft Defender for Kubernetes that will provide the cloud native Kubernetes security environment over there. Then we are having Microsoft Defender for container registries. It will protect all the Azure Resource Manager based registries what we have created inside our organization. Then we are having the Microsoft Defender for Key Vault, and it is the advanced threat protection for the Azure Key Vault. We are having the Azure Microsoft Defender for Resource Manager, and it will automatically monitor the resource manager operations inside your organization. We are having the Microsoft Defender for DNS, and that will provide an additional layer of protection for the resources that uses the Azure DNS, and Azure provided the name resolution capability to those things. Then we are having the Azure Defender for open source relational protection, and that will brings the threat protection for open source related databases. So these all are the different plans which can be enabled separately, and we will run simultaneously according to the requirement what we are having. So that is something which is related to the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. If I'm talking about the secure score in here, once we have enabled the plan for the Microsoft Defender for Cloud, then it will continually assess our resources, what we are having as linked as a type of the workload. We are having the subscriptions, we are having the different things, and accordingly it will give us the score and the recommendation, and we it can aggregate all the findings into a single score, and based on that we can see that how much secure we are and which are the recommendations which we need to take in order to make ourselves more secure. And it will hardening the recommendations and identify the security misconfigurations and the weakness what we are having inside our resources. That's fine. So that is the one thing. Then if I'm talking about the different plans, so we are having those plans are available, and inside the main plan we are having all the things are available. However, if we are having the enhanced security off plan available, then it will only assess the things and it will only provide us the secure score. That's fine. Next, jump up to the next slide and just talk about the thing what we are having in this case. So we are having the quick demonstration for the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. That's okay, but before moving ahead with that thing, let's jump up to the another practical what we are already having related to the Azure Bastion. And once we are done with that, then we are going to see the demonstration for the Microsoft Defender for Cloud as well. Then here you can see inside the portal, we have a Bastion deployed. Then we need to provide our username and the password what we have set up for the VM. And this is going to be the password. And once I click on the connect, then here you can see a new session has been initiated, and I will be able to access my virtual machine without having the public IP inside my virtual machine, as well as I'm not using any RDP connection in order to make a connection with my virtual machine. I'm just utilizing the Azure Bastion service, and it will provide me the session over to the HTTP and TLS related thing, and I can easily access my virtual machine from in here. So that is the thing. How do we go ahead and utilize the Azure Bastion in here? That's okay. Now let's just talk about the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So for the same, I'm using my another account that is easyclass.tech, and here you can see that I'm having different workloads are deployed. And let me search for the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. And if I'm opening it up, here you can see inside the overview, I'm having my secure score available, how many unassigned recommendations I have, where I'm having my workload. So only I'm having my workload in the Azure. If I want to explore my security posture, then I can see my secure score dashboard from in here. So there are total six unhealthy resources out of 12. I'm having one subscription and I'm having 36 recommendation available for the same, and my secure score is 44% as of now. That's okay. If I wanted to see the recommendations, whatever the recommendations I'm having inside this one, inside all 34 active recommendations, I'm having 8 active recommendations are available that I need to secure the management pool for my virtual machine. Okay, I need to apply the system updates on my system. Okay. Then I need to go ahead and apply the encryption for the data at rest. So if we wanted to maintain our score more, then we need to work on this recommendation and we will be able to make our resource more secure. Then I am again moving back to the Defender for Cloud. Also, I'm having 11 different security alerts are in place, and here you can see whenever I'm having the suspicious activity on my GTL VM, my test VM, then it is having all the alerts available for the same. So it says that a unusual or suspicious authentication activity happening on my VM, and I can see the full details from in here. And as well as if I wanted to see that from where the attack is performed and what are the top users with failed sign-in attempt. So these all are the users which is like to make a login, and how many failed authentication attempts to the host 15, and number of existing account used by the source sign-in, that is 1. It is detected by the Microsoft was the session initiated or not, and which hosts are associated, so the test hosts are associated with that. If I want to take a action based on that, then I can go ahead and inspect the log. Then I can see all the thing inside the logs if I want, as well as inside the activity log. Here you can see that I'm having all the details are present. That's fine. As well as I'm having the multiple options are present. So if we are having the any security alert, then we can prevent those things from the attack. We can trigger the automatic response. We can suppress the alert, and also we can configuration for the alert security. So in future, if I'm having the alert available for those resources, then I can see the notification for the same. That's fine. Inside the inventory, Microsoft Defender for Cloud, we can see that how many two things we are having. In the Cloud Security Explorer, we can see the different security related thing. In the regular regulatory compliance option, we are having the different policies are there, and we are having the different benchmark security benchmarks is in there which we can utilize. Inside the workload protection option, we can see the coverage of my cloud environment, many security storage I am having. In the just in time VN access, you can see in how much VMs I am not having the specific thing available. I can enable the just in time enough access for the specific VMs as well if I wanted to do, and I can configure different things accordingly. So how do we go ahead and enable the main plan for this defender? So we need to go to the environment setting, then we need to select the specific subscription what we are having, and then we can see the Defender plan, and from in here we can enable all the things what we are having as a plan of Microsoft Defender in here. That's okay. Now here you can see I'm having all the plan enabled. So that is how we can enable the Microsoft Defender. So that is all what we have to discuss in here as a part of this thing. That's okay. Let's jump up to the lesson number 3 in here. And in this lesson, we are going to talk about the Microsoft Sentinel in here. So in the Microsoft Sentinel, if I'm talking about the Microsoft Sentinel in here, so let's jump up to the portal and see what is the Microsoft Sentinel. Okay, in the Microsoft Sentinel, I'm going to open up my portal and let me search for the Sentinel. And if I'm searching for the Sentinel, so the Microsoft Sentinel is a thing which is having the capability for sharing and not means for the sharing, it is collecting the log from the different sources, and accordingly it will help us to work on that log. So as of now here you can see I'm having total 588 events are available inside my Azure Sentinel, and the Azure Sentinel is having the capability of SIEM, that is security, identity, and event management, and it will also provide us the security orchestration and automated response capability. So SIEM is the tool that an organization use to collect the data from the different things, and it will include the data from the infrastructure, from the software, and from the resources as well. And then we are having the SOAR in place, and SOAR is having the orchestration automated response thing that takes the alert from the many resources such as same system, and then it will trigger the action driven automated workflow and the process to mitigate the specific issue what we are having. If I'm talking about the XDR in here, so let me come back to the presentation, and the XDR is something that is designed to deliver the intelligent and automated integrated security across the organization. And if I'm talking about that how Microsoft Sentinel provide the integrated threat management to us, so it will first of all collect the data from the different sources across all the user, device, application, and infrastructure. And also it could collect the data from the multiple cloud like Microsoft, sorry, Google Cloud Platform and Azure AWS. It can detect the previously uncovered threat and minimize the false positive as well. It can go ahead and investigate all the threat with the AI, and it could hunt the suspicious activity as well. Then accordingly, it will respond to the incident what we are having, and it will also having the capability with the built-in orchestration and automation command of security. So first of all, it will collect the log, then it will detect the things over to that, and if anything is found, then it will investigate, and accordingly it will give us the response for the same. So that is the working process of the Microsoft Sentinel. Inside the Microsoft Sentinel we are having the data connector which we can use in order to the data. So let's jump up to the portal and see all of that things. What is the workbook, analytics, incident, security, automation, notebook, investigation, hunting, and community things are. So let's jump up to the portal and see the demonstration for the same. So here you can see I'm opening up my portal. Just give me a quick moment in here. Here is my portal goes. Just give me a quick moment in here. Okay, this is the browser where this is going to be hanging up. And here you can see that we are having the incident where we can see all the incident what we are having, and accordingly we can create incident as well for the practical. And then after if we are having the workbook, so by using the workbook we can see the saved workbook where we are having the complex are available and we can see the content. We are having the hunting option available which we can utilize in order to hunt the threats what we are having. If we wanted to go with the automation related things by using some programming things in here, so in that case we can go ahead and use the notebook. If we can also go to the data connector, and if we want to collect and ingest the data into the Microsoft Sentinel from the different sources like Office 365, Microsoft 365 Defender, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, Dynamics 365 on-premises network, Active Directory. So for the same, we can connect those connectors. As of now, we are having total 125 plus connectors are available in which we can utilize all of them. And inside the community option we can go ahead and see the companions, we can see the onboard content, we want to see the different schools things in here, so we can see the different documentations from in here. So that is all about what we need to discuss in the Microsoft Sentinel. Let's jump up to the fourth lesson of this module, but before doing that let's just quickly talk about, if you guys are having any question. So it is really useful to ask your question. So if you are having any doubt, just let me know. So we can continue with the doubts in here. Okay. Thank you very much for the quick confirmation. Now let's just talk about the describe the threat protection with Microsoft 365 Defender. So the Microsoft 365 Defender is having different services like Microsoft Defender for Identity, which we can utilize in order to give the protection to our identities. We are having the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, which we can utilize to protect our devices. We are having the Microsoft Defender for Cloud App, which we can use to set up the protection for our cloud application. Then we are having the email and collaboration option available, which is giving us the capability to save our email related things. So we are having the different services in here. I'm talking about the Microsoft Defender for Office 365. So it covers the different threat protection policy. It will generate the report. It will having the threat investigation and response capabilities. It is having the automated investigation and response capabilities available. Apart from that, I'm talking about the different plans we are having. So in the Office 365 Defender Plan 1, we are having the safe attachment option available. We are having the safe link option available. We are having the safe attachment option available for the SharePoint, OneDrive, Teams. It is also having the anti-phishing protection and the real-time detection. With the Microsoft Defender Plan 2, we are having all the things are available with the Plan 1. Apart from that, it is also having the threat tracker and the threat explorer. By using that, we can also go with the automated investigation and response. It is having the attack simulator in order to test the activeness of your organization employees. It is having the proactive hunt for the threat. It is also having the capability for investigating the incident and alert. And also the Microsoft Defender for Office 365 is included with the Microsoft 365 E5 license, Office 365 E5 license, Office 365 A5, and Microsoft 365 Business Premium license. That's okay. Now, moving ahead with the next concept that is talking about the Microsoft Defender for Cloud app. So that is something that will provide us the rich capability in order to manage the different applications what we are having as a part of the thing. So if we want to moving to the cloud in order to increase the flexibility for our employees, the IT teams, however, it can also introduce with the new challenges and the complexities for keeping our organization secure. So it is something that is working with the cloud access security broker. So the CASB act as a gatekeeper to broker real-time access between your enterprise user and the cloud resources they use wherever they are located and whatever the device they are using, and accordingly we can go ahead and set up the different compliance policies as well. If I'm talking about the cloud app security framework, so it is, let's go back in here. If I'm talking about this one, so it is something. Okay, so inside the Defender for Cloud App, we can say that in the Cloud App Security Framework, the Microsoft Defender for Cloud App is built on the framework that provides us the following capabilities, like discover and control the use of Shadow IT. So it will identify the cloud app and infrastructure as a service and platform as a service used by your organization, and accordingly it will investigate the user's pattern and assess the risk level and business readiness. It will protect your sensitive information anywhere in the cloud. It gives you the protection against the different cyber threats and the anomalies. It can access your cloud apps for the compliances as well. So let's jump up to the portal and see the demonstration for the same. So here, if we wanted to access the Microsoft Cloud App Service, so we just open this up, that is Cloud App Service Login Microsoft, and we can log into the Cloud App Service, and that is the portal.cloudappsecurity.com, and we need to log in with the specific account what we are having into it. Okay, so these users are not exist into that specific thing, so I am going to use another user what I am having. So I want to use another account, and in that case let me use my this admin account what I am having, and let me also go ahead and use this password. And here we can see that how many app connectors I have, how many open alert I have, and from in here I can go and set up the alert. We can go to the control, and in the control I can go ahead and create the different policies, whether the policy is related to the file or whether the policy is related to the application. We can set up the file policy, session policy, and access policy. So we are having the multiple options present inside the Microsoft Defender for Cloud Apps. That's okay. And that is all about this lesson. In this lesson, we talked about the protection related things with the different basic security capabilities in Azure. We talked about the security management capability. We talked about the capability of Microsoft Sentinel. And also we talked about the threat protection with Microsoft 365 Defender. And that is all about this module in here as well. Before moving ahead with the last module for the SC-900 program, just let me know if you guys are having any pending question for the same. Okay, that's okay. All right. Thank you for the quick confirmations from your end, guys. And now we are going to take a short break for 15 minutes, and then we are continuing with the last module what we are having in the SC-900. So let's go for a short break for 15 minutes, and then we are continuing with the session. Hi everyone, please mark your confirmation in the session once you all are back from the break. And once again, I welcome back you all in the session for SC-900. And now we are going to start the last fourth module for SC-900 program. And this is for describing the capabilities of Microsoft compliance solutions what we have. So this specific module is divided into 6 different lessons what we have. In the first lesson, we are going to talk about the service bus portal with privacy, privacy with Microsoft. In the module number lesson number 2, we are going to take a look to describe the compliance management capabilities what we are having in the Microsoft Purview. In the lesson number 3, we are going to talk about the describe information protection and data cycle data lifecycle management capabilities in Microsoft Purview. In the fourth lesson, we are going to take a look to the insider capabilities of Microsoft Purview. And in the next lesson 5, we are going to talk about the discovery, e-discovery, and the audit capabilities in Microsoft Purview. And in the last one, we are going to talk about the describe resource governance capabilities in Azure. That's okay. So now let's jump up with the very first lesson in here that is talking about the Microsoft Service Trust Portal. So let's discuss that what is the Microsoft Service Trust Portal. That's fine. So if I'm talking about the Microsoft Service Trust Portal in here, so the Microsoft Service Trust Portal is a portal that is having the information available for the tools and the other resources. That's fine. And it is having the details related to the Microsoft security, privacy, and compliance practices what we are having. And we need to sign in with our Microsoft account in the cloud service to access all the available documentation what we are having. So it is having the certifications, the regulations, and the standards. We are having the report, white paper, and the artifacts are available. Based on that, we are having the industry and regional resources, and we can also go ahead and see the resources for our organizations as well. And if we wanted to save some documents, so we can save our documents inside the my library. But for the same, first of all, we need to make a sign in the service class portal, then we can save the document inside the my library. So inside the Microsoft Service Class portal, we are having the Service Class portal homepage. Then we are having the compliance manager. So it is measuring the progress of your completing action that help you to reduce the risk around the data protection and the regulatory standards over there. Then we are having the trust document that is having the links to the security implementation and the design informations in here. That's okay. Then we are having the trust industries and the region that could contain the compliance information about Microsoft services organized by the industries and the region. The industry solution link currently displays the home page for financial service. The regional solution, it will link the currently have information like Australia, Canada, Denmark, Germany, Poland, Romania, Spain, and United Kingdom. In the Trust Center, we are having the links to the Microsoft Trust Center, which provide more information about the security, compliance, and the Microsoft Cloud. In the resources, we are having the links to the resources, including information about the features and tools available for data governance and protection in Office 365. The Microsoft Global Data Center are and frequently asked questions are also available. We are having the My Library available that will allow you to add the document and the resources that are relevant to your organizations, everything is in one place. So you can opt to have email notifications saying when a document is updated, as well as a frequency you can receive the notifications as well. So let's jump up to the portal and let's see the things like how Microsoft Service Bus portal work. So for the same, we can go to the portal and then we can search for a short URL that is aka ms/stp, that is for Service Bus portal. And by utilizing that URL, we can go ahead and make a login to the Microsoft Service Bus portal in here. And from in here, it is asking me to make a sign in. Once I click on the sign in, then it is asking me for the account. So let me select my Microsoft CDX account from which I wanted to make a sign in here. And once I have signed in, then here you can see that I will be able to see the different certification, regulation, and the standards in here. I'm having the report, white papers, and artifacts are also available. I'm also having the industry and regional resources according to the different industries, and we can go ahead and see the different documentation for my organization. Apart from that, if I want to see the documentation related to the Microsoft Managed Desktop, so as of now, this document is not available. That's fine, no problem. If I go to the My Library option, so inside that, can see that how many things I am having in here, and if I'm having any documents are available, so we can download that document from in here. So for example, if we wanted to see the system organization control related report, so we are having the multiple reports in place. We can read those reports from in here, we can download those reports, and also we can go ahead and save that thing inside our library. So once we have saved the thing in our library, then we can also enable the notification. So every time when this documentation gets updated, then we are getting the email notification for the same that yes, this document is updated, and then you can see the new changes from in here. Then we can go to the more option and see the all versions. So how many changes has been made into the specific document, we can see those changes from in here, and we can accordingly see the specific document. So that is how we can go ahead and utilize the Service Bus portal. And in the next slide, it is only talking about the demonstration that is related to the Service Bus portal. That's all right. Now moving ahead with the next lesson in here, that is talking about the describe the compliance management capabilities in Microsoft Azure Purview. But before moving back to that lesson, please let me know everyone if you guys are having any type of question related to the same. Okay. Yes, that's all right. Thank you for the quick confirmation in here. Now, I am going to talk about the Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal in here. And if I'm talking about the Purview Compliance Portal, so that is only a rebranding name, and it is having a view of how organization is meeting its compliance requirement. So we are having the different solution that can be used to help with the compliance. We are having the information about the active alerts and more. If I'm talking about the navigation, in this portal, we are having the access to the alert, we are having the access to the report, we are having the policies, compliance related thing. We can add and remove the customized things from the navigation pane from in here according to our thing. And we can also customize the navigation control as well. That's okay. uh, if I'm talking about the compliance manager secure score, so it will simplifies the score, and it is running the pre-built assessment based on the common standard what we are having, and accordingly we are having the workflow capabilities to complete the different risk assessment. Accordingly, we will see the step-by-step improvement action, and compliance score shows overall compliance posture what we are having. And inside the key elements of compliance manager, we are having the control, we are having the assessments, we are having the template, and the improved actions as well. Here you can see if we wanted to see the benefit of the compliance score. So the compliance score is something that is helping an organization to understand its current compliance posture. It will also help to prioritize the action based on their potential to reduce the risk. And here you can see that how many points we have achieved and how many Microsoft managed point and how many points Microsoft achieved on that case. The compliance score measures the progress towards the completing recommended action that help to reduce the data protection and regulatory standard. Inside the compliance score, we are having the different actions, and we can have the multiple improved actions as a part of Microsoft Action. And whatever the different action types we are, like it is mandatory or the disciplinary as well. Apart from that, we are having the option for the self-service password reset as an improvement action, and we can complete those action in order to gain those points. Those are mentioned in here. That's fine. So now let's quickly jump up to the portal in here and see the how Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal looks like and what are the things what we are having as a part of that specific portal. That's okay. So now let's jump up to the portal in here and let me close this one and I wanted to open admin.microsoft.com and I want to make a login with my Microsoft CDX account where I am having the proper licenses available with me. Then inside that portal, I am going to open up the compliance portal. So I need to click on the show all button. Then in the admin center option, I can open the compliance center from in here. Then let me go with the next and done. And here you can see that I am having the all informations are present. Like I'm having the compliance manager, the data classification option, the data connector option, alert, report, policy, permission, role scope, catalog, app governance, audit, content search, communication compliance. DLP, we are having all the things are present. If I'm talking about the compliance manager in here, so inside the compliance manager, you can see that I'm having my secure in score in place and it is loading my secure score and as well as it is giving me the key improvement actions, what we can have. So as of now, I am having 52% of the secure score achieved and how many Microsoft managed points are achieved, how many points achieved by me. And accordingly, I'm having the active recommendations are available. So in the improvement action, we can go ahead and improve those action in order to achieve the points what I am having. Also inside the solution, we can go and see that how my solutions are contributing inside my secure score point and how many points I have achieved for the same. In the assessment tab, we can see how many data assessments we are having. So as of now, we are only having the default one assessment that is data protection baseline for Microsoft 365. And inside that, we are having total 34 completed improvement action out of 869. And we have total 685 actions completed out of 710 with the default group. If you wanted to go ahead and add more assessments, so then you can go ahead and select the template. From in here, we can select the different template and then we can go with the different things in here and add the assessment in here. As of now, I don't want to go with the same. Then in the assigned assessment template, we are having the multiple templates are here, which we can utilize and add those assessment for the compliance score. Inside the alert option in here, we are having the default compliance manager policies present that will sending or changing the event score. And in the alert policy, we are having the diff assigned compliance manager default color policy in here. So that is the thing what we are having inside this portal. As well as we can go to the classification if we wanted to work with the cleanable classification, sensitive input type, ADM classifiers as well. So we are going to take a look on that case in the upcoming things, and here we can see activities we are having. So there are total 2290 activities happens. There are 1.6k files created on the removable media, 354 files are created and some files are renamed. And from in here we can see all the things that how many devices, how many things we have renamed, and the endpoint devices in here as well. That's fine. And here we are having all the data present in here. If we wanted to see, then we can see that from which IP address we are having that specific thing available, and we can see all the things accordingly in here. That's fine. So we are having that activity available inside the this thing in here. If you wanted to see the activity explorer, so here we can see file created on the removable media, file created, and if we wanted to add a filter, then we can add the filter accordingly. That's fine. So that is how we can go with the activity explorer as well. Now let me go with the home section in here, and from this specific home section, what the next thing we can do, we can have all the different options are present. We can go with the trials where we can see how many Microsoft Defender 365 trials we are having. So we can try the compliance assessment. We can test the compliance priva that will help us to identify the privacy risk and manage the subject, right? So if we want to go ahead and try, so we can see the privacy risk management over in here. That's okay. So if I'm activating that feature, so it will find out that how much personal data your organization has and where it is stored. It is managing the subject like request and all the things are here. That's fine. Let me activate this feature. And then we are having the access to the privacy risk management over as well. That's okay. That's all the thing what we need to discuss as a part of the Microsoft purview. Let's come back to the portal, and in this lesson we are going to talk about describing the information protection and the data lifecycle management policy inside the Microsoft Azure in here. So let's jump up to the thing and let's talk about in this lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the data classification capability. We are going to talk about the record management. Then we are going to talk about the data loss prevention as well. So if I'm talking about the data classification capability. So it says that when Microsoft Information Protection discovers and classifies and protect the sensitive business data through the life cycle across your organization, then in that case it provides the tool to know your data, protect your data, and prevent the data loss. And once you are having your data, then you need to know your data, like what type of data you are having, and accordingly you can configure the data loss prevention things over there. And once you are done with that, then you need to govern your data, then how you want to keep your data, when you want to delete your data, and how you are going to secure your data into the compliant manner record over there. That's fine. Now moving ahead and talking about the different data classification capabilities what we are having inside the compliance portal. So we can go ahead and create the different sensitivity information type. And in that case, the admin can identify and protect the sensitive information type. And also sensitive information type have set of pattern that can be used to identify. For example, we are having the different data. We can go ahead and use the cleanable classifiers in here. In that case, we are having pre-trained classifiers and custom training classifiers in place, and we can understand and explore the data. In the Content Explorer, it enables the administrator to gain the visibility into the content that has been summarized in the overview pane. That's okay. Also, we are having the activity explorer. It can monitor works being done with the label content across the organization. So we already seen in the compliance portal. Then in the activity explorer, we are having all the data available. If I'm moving back in here, let me go to the data classification, and inside the activity explorer, you can see how many files I have created, how many files are modified, how many files are archived, how many files created on the removable media. So I am having all the data available for the same. Sorry. So as of now, here you can see when I have created the user delete CSV file, then I'm also having that data available into that section. That's okay. So these all are the things what we are having present as a part of this activity explorer. Moving ahead and talking about the sensitivity labels in here, before talking about that one, let's just talk about how do we go ahead and set up sensitivity info. So inside the compliance portal, when we are on the data classification portal, then here you can see that we are having the different sensitive info type. And if we wanted to create our own sensitive info type, then we need to type the sensitive info type. So this is my sensitive info 01, for example, and the description is going to be the same. In the next, I need to set up the pattern. So in the pattern, we can type the high confidence. In the primary thing, I am having the keyword dictionary, and in the keyword dictionary, I can select the things from the existing dictionary as well. And then we are having the things. Let me create the thing. Then I am having one pattern. Let me go with the next with the high level confidence, and that is how we can create a new sensitive info type. Now here you can see my sensitive info type is created, and I will be able to see the same thing in here. And that is the way how do we go ahead and create a new sensitive info type inside that. That's fine. Let me scroll it down, and I'm talking about the sensitive label. So the sensitivity label is something which we can use in order to protect the document. We can set up the label as a customizable, as a clear text, as a persistence. We can use the sensitivity label in order to encrypt email document. We can mark the content. We can apply the label automatically. We can protect the content, the containers like sites on the group. We can extend the sensitivity to the third party app and service. We can classify the content without using the protection setting. We are having the different label policies are available. So once we have created the sensitivity label, then it's really important to create the label policy. And by using the label policy, what we can do, we can go ahead and we can apply those labels. So in the policy, we need to choose the user and group that can see the label. We can apply the default label to all new email on the document. And if user wants to change the label and remove the label, then the justification is required. User is using the label to apply the same thing, and then we can link the user to the custom help page. That's okay. I'm having all the things in here, and let's jump up to the portal and see like how do we go ahead and work with the sensitivity labels in here. That's fine. So now I'm going to opening up the sensitivity label, and then we are going to talk about the sensitivity labels in here. That's fine. So now let me go back to the portal, and then we are going to take a look how sensitivity label work. So for the same, here you can see that on my CDX environment portal, I am having the option present for the labels in the data classification. Let me go to the information protection, and here you can see that we are having the label. Let me create a new label in here, and the name of my label is SC-900 class label, and This is going to be the name SC-900 class label, and the description is going to be the same along with the display name and the same description I'm using with the admin and the user. Let me go with the next. I want to apply it to the item. Let me go with the next, and I want to apply the content marking, and the content marking is going with the watermark, and the font size is going to be the 32, and the text is SC-900 class demo, and the font color is going to be the red. And in the diagonal position, I also wanted to add the header, and with the font size 20 in here, or 26, and the label is going to be SC-900 demo with the font color blue with the center alignment. And I also want to add the footer that is for GTechLearn, and the footer size is going to be 30 in my case, and the color is going to be red with the center alignment. Yes, that is how I want to content mark the content. I don't want to use the auto labeling. Let me go with the group and psych. So I don't want to utilize it into a group and psych as I set it to the item, and that is how we can go ahead and create a label. Once we are having the label in place, then we need to publish that label over there. So I want to publish that label to the users and the application, and for the same we need to create a policy. So let me select the label, that is my SC-900 class label what I have just created. Let me go with the next, and I want to deploy this label to all of my users, and I don't want to make any changes in here. Let me name my policy, and I don't want to default apply that label on the document, email, Power BI as well. Name of my policy is going to be my SC class label policy, and the description is going to be the same. Let me go with the next and submit. Once I have clicked on the submit, then my new policy is created, and it can take up to 24 hours to publish the label. That's okay. Now let me go to my admin center, and here I wanted to see the active user who is having the active role enabled for the office things. So here I am having my user Alan Deng with having the Microsoft 365 E5 license is having to the LX and the Agile. Let me copy the user principal name for the LX. So this is going to be the user principal name. Let me copy. And here I want to use my VM what I have created into my SC class account. So here I need to install the Office in order to test the sensitivity label. Previously, we can test the sensitivity label inside the web version of the thing, but as of now, we don't have that option available. So let me quickly go ahead, and I wanted to make a login towards the NSG VM what I'm having. So let me quickly connect the RDP session of my NSG VM. Okay, let me click on the connect. And here I need to enter the password. And it is opening up. And here I am logged in with my VM. Let me quickly go ahead and open up office.com. And here I wanted to make a login with the user Eagle. Sorry, Alex. My apologies. This is going to be the password for my user. Okay, let me type this password. Okay, so let me quickly do one thing. I'm going to reset the password for my this user, and the password is going to be this one. That's fine, no problem. Sorry. Then let me go ahead and enter the new password for my user Alex. And here you can see it is able to log into the portal. Now I want to go ahead and download the Office application inside my computer. Okay, so let me install the Office 365 application in my computer, and I have downloaded with the setup file. And once I have done with the installation of this file, then I'm going to make a login with the specific user Alex in here. Okay, so now I am having the installation thing is running in here, and it is installing the Office 365 in my computer, and it is getting the things ready. And in a few moments we are having the Office 365 installed in my system, and here you can see it is installing in the background, and it is 3% completed. And we can see the speed in here. It is downloaded 5%, so we need to just wait till the time the Office is installing. Once the Office installation has been done, then we are going ahead with the rest of the practical for the same. That's okay. Okay, so now here you can see the installation of Office is about to complete. And once the Office installation is done, then we are going to make a login to the Office with the user Alex, what we are having in here. So just waiting for the few more moments. Okay, so now here you can see like the office installation is finished. Let me go ahead and quickly I am opening up the Microsoft Word in here, and I need to make a sign in here. That's fine. So yes, I want to continue with the same account. Let me enter the password for this account. That's fine. And this is going to be the password for my account. I want to sign into this application only. And now here you can see it is getting all the office things ready with me. And if I go to the account, then you can see that I'm having this active subscription. Let me close the world and I'm going to open the world once again. Let me open a blank document in here. And then you can see that I'm having the sensitivity option present in here. I don't want to use it as of now. In the sensitivity here, you can see I'm having this label. Let me select my SC-900 class label. And here you can see that I'm having those labels present into it. How we set up the things like my SC-900 demo in the header and GTechLearn in the footer and SC-900 class demo as a diagonal watermark for my image. So that is how we can go ahead and utilize the different sensitivity labels what we are having inside that specific thing. So that is how we can utilize the sensitivity label. So by using the sensitivity label, we can mark the content. Also, we can go ahead and encrypt the content as well. Now, if I'm talking about the data loss prevention policy, so it will help us to accident prevent the accidentally shared information. For example, if someone is sharing the my company information outside for my organization, if someone is trying to share the credit card information and the accounting information, so we can set up the different things that if we are having any critical data, then that data should be prevented in order to share. So we can also extend the DLP to the Windows 10 devices. We can have the or you can manage activities present in that is including the creating, the copying, printing, and the renaming the items in here. That's okay. Can also go ahead and set up the DLP capabilities to the Microsoft Teams chat and channel message. So how data loss prevention policy looks like? First of all, we need to select the location where we wanted to apply the specific policy. Then accordingly, we need to set up the condition. And if the condition met, then what action is going to be performed? And inside the data loss prevention policy, we can have option for creating one or more than one rule. Also, we can set up the action for the same. So that is the data loss prevention policy thing. Same as like that, if I'm talking about the retention label and the policies in here. So the retention settings are something that is working with the SharePoint, OneDrive, Teams, Yammer, and Exchange, and that will help our organizations to manage and govern the information by ensuring that the content is only kept for the time till the time the information is used, and after that the information is going to be the removed from the same thing. That's okay. So we can go ahead and apply the retention label at the item label, and we can also go ahead and see the email and the document can have only single retention label assigned to it at a time. We are having the retention settings from the retention label travel with the content in our Microsoft 365 tenant. It can be applied manually or automatically. Extension label also support the disposition review of the content what we are having before the content is permanently deleted. And for publishing the retention label, same as like that by using the sensitivity label, we can have the retention policy is required, and we can apply those things as a site level or the mailbox level, and we can use the retention policies that can be applied to the multiple location or the specified location to the user. in the retention policies, we can inherit the item and we can also inherit the retention settings from their container. And if an item is moved, then the retention setting does not travel that information into a new location. So that is the thing what we need to discuss as our retention label and the policy in here. So let's jump up to the next lesson in this module for the lesson number 4. But before moving ahead towards with this lesson, just let me know everyone if you guys are having any pending question for the same. That's all right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmation from your end. And this lesson is talking about the different insider risk capabilities in our organization. So in this lesson, we are going to talk about that how do we go ahead and utilize the Microsoft Purview to identify the insider risk in our organization, and accordingly, we can go ahead and take the appropriate action on the same. Sorry. So let's just talk about the cyber risk capabilities management in our organization. So for example, the organization always understand that the risk can come from the insiders like the contractor or even the employees. So there are always a risk that a people might share the information with the competitor after leaving the company. So in that case, the organization need to ensure that they are protected from these kind of risk. So for the same, we can go ahead and utilize the insider risk management solution. Cyber risk management is a solution in Microsoft 365 that helps us to minimize the internal risk by enabling an organization to detect, investigate, and act on the risky and the malicious activities. Insider risk management is available in Microsoft 365 Compliance Center, and the behaviors can lead to broad range of internal and the things are the leaks of sensitive data, the confidential violations, intellectual property theft, fraud, insider trading, regulatory compliance variance over there. Inside the insider risk management, it is having the thing that will help us to minimize the internal risk by enabling to detect and investigate on the malicious activities inside our organization. Then we are having the different communication policy that will help us to minimize the communication risk by helping them detect, capture, and act on the inappropriate message in your organization, and that could be supported on your Microsoft Teams, Exchange Online, Yammer, and third-party communications in organization. You can also having the information barrier option available that allow you to restrict the communication and the collaboration between two internal groups to avoid the conflict of interest from occurring in your organizations as well, and that could be supported in Microsoft Teams, OneDrive for Business, and SharePoint Online as well. That's okay. It's all about this lesson. Then we are having the next lesson number 5 that is talking about the describe e-discovery and audit capabilities in Microsoft Purview. But before moving ahead with this lesson, please let me know if you guys are having any pending questions from the same. Okay. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations from your end. So let's go ahead and talk about the next concept what we are having. That is talking about the e-discovery audit and capabilities. So if I'm talking about this thing, so the e-discovery is a process by which what we can do, and this is the tool that can be used to search the content in our Exchange Online mailbox, Microsoft 365 group, Microsoft Teams, SharePoint Online, OneDrive for Business site, Skype for Business conversation, and the Yammer Teams as well. And by using that tool, we can search across the mailboxes, we can search across the site, and the single discovery search we can run by using the content search. So by using the content search, we can search for a specific keyword, we can search for content queries and the search condition, we can export the search result, and for the same we need a role-based access permission. Having the e-discovery standard option, we can search and export the content, we can manage the cases, we can set up the legal hold. With having the e-discovery premium option, we can go ahead with the custodian management. We can set up the legal hold notification. We can go ahead and set up the advanced indexing. We can review sec filtering. We can have a tagging option. We can go with the analytics option. We can set up the predictive coding model and more the things which we can manage. That's okay. I'm talking about the auditing in the Microsoft Purview. So it means that we can audit and we can take a look on the things, whatever the changes we are happening inside that. So the Microsoft Purview auditing solution help the organizations to effectively respond on the different security events, forensic investigation, and the internal investigation and the different compliance obligations. Microsoft Oracle provides the two different solutions, the Oracle Standard on the Oracle Premium. Inside the Oracle Standard function, we can have the log search and the Oracle activity that is enabled by default with the 1000 of Oracle event, and it could have the 90-day Oracle call retention, and it can be accessed by the GUI, CMD look, and the API. In the advanced audit capability, we are having the longer retention of the audit record. We can have the custom audit retention policy. We can have a high level closure event which we can create, and we need a higher bandwidth to access the API over there. That's okay. So that is the thing what we have present into the part of lesson 5. In the lesson 6, if we are talking about the describe resource governance capabilities in Azure. So in this lesson, we talked about the Azure, talking about the Azure policy and the Azure blueprint. But before moving ahead with concept, please let me know if you guys are having any pending question from the lesson number 5. So I'm really happy to answer the queries from you all. Okay, that's all right. Okay. Thank you very much everyone for the quick confirmations from your end in here. And let's just go ahead and talk about the very interesting concept on this lesson number 6 on this module 4, that is talking about the Azure policies over there. That's okay. So if I'm talking about the Azure policies in here, so the Azure policy is something that is designed to help and enforce the standard that assess the compliance across your organization. And by using that policy, we can set up the different compliance related things. So the Azure policy evaluates whether the property of the resources match with the business rule, and if those rules are matched, then it works. So let's jump up to the portal and see how many changes what we can do by the policy. But before that, here you can see when we are having a trigger a policy evaluation. So in the scope, the resource is created, deleted, or updated. A policy or an initiative is newly assigned to the scope. Then we are having a policy or an initiative assigned to a scope is updated, and the standard compliance evaluation cycle works. And the Azure policy help us to enforce the standard that assess and complies the organization. And whenever the resources are non-compliant, then we can deny to change the resource. We can log the changes to the resource. We can alter the resource before or after the change, and we can also deploy the related compliant resource in order to make the things more compliant. So let's jump up to the portal and see that what is the Azure policy what we are having. That's okay. So I'm opening up my portal and just we are going to take a look on the Azure policy. So as of now here inside my this portal, I'm just going to create a new resource group with the name. Let me go ahead and the name of my resource group, Azure policy demo. Okay, and I wanted to create it into the East US region. Let me quickly go ahead and create a new resource group. Once I am having this resource group in place, let me go ahead and search for the policy in the Azure. And here I am having my policy in place. That's fine. And here you can see that overall my 100% resources are compliant. Let me go to the definition. And what else I can do? I can go to the compliance, and it is opening up. And from in here, we can go to the assign policy. And inside the assign policy, we need to select the scope. So I don't want to apply that policy in my whole subscription. I want to apply that policy in my Azure policy demo resource group. And in the exclusion, I don't want to make any exclusion. In the policy definition, I'm having for 1656 policy available. Let me search for the specific one that is related to the SKU, and the type is going to be built-in policy. And here, if I'm searching for the SKU, or so here you can see that I'm having a policy allow the virtual machine size SKU, and you can see this policy enables you to specify a set of virtual machine size SKU that your organization can deploy. So we can select that specific machine SKU and click on the select, and then we can go ahead and review and create that specific policy. So once we are having that policy in place, then we can go ahead and test this specific policy as well. So let me go ahead and create that policy, and inside parameter, let me select basic A1, A2, and A5, and then let me go with the create option. So now here you can see my policy has been created successfully. Let me go back to the portal and refresh my page twice and thrice from the server. And then I can go to the virtual machine, and I'm going to create a new virtual machine. I have applied the policy to the virtual machine AZ Azure Policy Demo Resource Group, sorry. So I'm going to create a new virtual machine inside that specific resource group, and the name of my this virtual machine is going to be the test VM. Let me put up my credentials. That is going to be this one, and this is going to be the my password for the same. Let me confirm my password as well. I want to confirm my license. Let me go with the review and create option, and I should expect one error in here because the site what I have selected is different. Okay, so which information is missing? Let's just again revalidate the things. And then here you can see the validation fail, and it says that the resource test VM was disallowed by the policy because I am having the allowed VM size with the basic A1, A2, A3, and here I have selected the size like D2SV3 in the scanner. So that is how we can go ahead and work with the Azure policy. So that is the one thing what we can do by using the policy. Apart from that, what we can do, let me go ahead and create a new resource group. And this is my policy RG resource group, for example. And let me go ahead and review and create this resource group. So we can also append the thing by using the Azure policy. For the same, again, I am opening up the Azure policy, and in the compliance, I'm going to assign one policy. And here I can select my scope for the another resource group what I have created, policy RG. And here in the policy definition, let me search for the tag. And here you can see like append the specific tag over there, or can you require a tag and its value on the resource. That's fine. Let me click on the select for this policy. In the next option, I need to set up the tag name. So this is going to be the class or training session. And the value is going to be SC-900 session. Okay. And let me go ahead and review and create. So in that case, whenever we are going ahead and we are creating any resource in the policy RG resource group, then in that case, the tag is automatically associated with that specific resource. That's fine. So now here you can see that I have successfully created the policy assignment. So after some time, here you can see that we are having this policy in place. Let me open up a new portal in here, and I wanted to create a new virtual machine in the policy RG. So let me go ahead, and here I'm opening up the resource group, my policy RG, and this is going to be my test VM02. And let me go with the username and the password. This is going to be the confirmation password for the same. And then let me select it. I don't want to make any changes in the disk, networking, management, monitoring, advanced, and inside the tags. I don't want to make any changes in here. That's okay. And let me go ahead with the review and create. Same as like that, once I'm having on my this portal available. So I have deployed one virtual machine, and one more thing I wanted to do. For example, I wanted to create a new key vault as well. So let me search for the key vault in here, and I want to deploy the key vault also in the same thing. Okay. Okay, this is disallowed by the policy required tag in X value on the resource. That's okay. So what the next thing I need to do, I need to just go to the policy section and inside my compliance option, what the thing I can do, I can go with that option, and inside the policy definition, I can edit the assignment, and in the policy definition, I don't want to change it. So let me do one thing. In the policy compliance, let me remove this assignment. And instead of that, I want to use the append in that case. So let me quickly select my resource group. That is my policy RG. Okay, I don't want to make any exclusion. I just wanted to make a policy RG in my group. And in the policy definition, let me search for the tag, and I want to append the value over there. Let me go with the next, and here I need to use the training session, and then I wanted to type the value as SC-900. Let me go ahead and review and create. Once I am having my this policy in place, then I'm going to open a new tab, and I'm going to create a new virtual machine or a key vault as well. That's okay. So let me open up this thing into a new tab. Let me refresh. And now you can see I'm having these two policies. Let me make a sign in with the same account. And I'm opening up one more portal in here. And in this portal, I'm going to deploy one virtual machine on my policy RG resource group. So let me select the create virtual machine. I'm quickly entering up the thing. So the policy RG is going to be the resource group name. And this is going to be my test virtual machine. And that's okay. All the things are good. Let me go with the review and create. I have created a new virtual machine. Let me download the private key. As of now, I don't want to add a SSH connection for this VM. So that's okay. Same as like that, I can search for the key vault, and from in here, I can go ahead and quickly, I wanted to create a new key vault from in here in the policy RG resource group, and the key vault name is going to be SC-900 class key vault, and let me go with the review and create option, and here you can see it is creating the key vault for me. So till the time it is creating the key vault for me, let's jump up to the portal and see the next concept what we are having. So the next concept we are having is the Azure Blueprint, and we can use the Azure Blueprint. That is the something that will provide us the way repeat to define a replicable set of Azure resource. And if we wanted to rapidly provision the environment, in that case, we can go ahead and utilize the Azure Blueprint. We can also provision the Azure resources across the several subscriptions simultaneously for the quickly delivery. It can also have the orchestration available for the different role assignment, policy assignment, ARM template, and the resource group. Blueprints are the objects that can be replicated to the multiple regions, and we can have the relationship between the Azure Blueprint definition and the blueprint assignment that is preserved over there. That's okay. So the blueprints in a nutshell, we can say that is a thing which we can utilize if we wanted to make a repeated deployments in here. That's okay. And that is all about this module as well. In this module, we talked about the DLP policy, retention policy, service request portal, risk capability, e-discovery, Azure policy, and the blueprint. And also that is all about the SC-900. Let me go back to the portal and see the demonstrations what I have just initiated. So here you can see that I'm having my virtual machine in place, and I'm already having the tag associated with my VM, that is screening session, because I have set up the policy. Same thing happens with the key vault what I am creating, because utilizing the same policy over there. So that is all about me from my side in the entire SC-900. And now it's your turn to ask about your questions and the queries what you guys are having related to the entire SC-900 session. So I'm waiting for the questions from your end. Please put your answers in here. And if you guys are having any question, just let me know. I'm really happy to answer all of them. Okay, then. All right, so I'm getting the proper responses in here. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining me today in the session. And I hope this session is useful for you. We'll see you all into the any other training session. Till the time, enjoy your day, guys. Bye.